Chapter 93. What do you think will happen if I were to use my war angel form to launch a surprise attack and slash that Dasos? Good idea, let's give it a try. This place isn't far from the river. After killing him, we can steal a boat and go down the river. Halfway there, we can jump off the boat and dive into the water. With our abilities, the success rate is at least 70%. And later on, I will throw the cup as a signal. You will transform into a blade and slash his neck. Then we will snatch his magic sword and run. Can you let me eat that demon sword? I feel that it is very compatible with my attributes. All right, but you probably can't digest it now. Wait for me to play with it for a while before you eat it. Your Highness, Renee, I know that being forced to dress like this makes you unhappy. But please think of the people of the Donglan Principality. They are also considered as descendants of the Mist Country. Right now, they can't afford a new war. Tisk, a certain princess, was filled with resentment. Foolish humans. A certain Meow alien said in disdain. Kelly looked at the human and cat who were really meticulously preparing a plan to kill the king, and could only smile bitterly. From a certain perspective, the reason why she followed along as a female official was because she was worried that the prince would be toyed with due to his resentment of being forced to dress as a female. The finance minister of the Ottoman Emperor held a cocktail party and invited Princess Renee to attend. Along with the letter, there was a note from the emperor. Your Highness, that day, perhaps it is time for us to have a talk. This concerns the future relationship between the two countries. So please come personally. A little girl who can't make the decision should forget about it. Under that day, a red bar was drawn to represent the main point. Together with the little girl who can't make the decision should forget about it. The hint was obvious. Left with no other choice, Roland could only put on some makeup again. Her Highness Rain, who should have been angered by Roland's disdain, actually happily helped him put on makeup and choose his clothes. Roland was so angry that he ground his teeth. She's really beautiful. She's gentle, cheerful, mature, and reserved. She's bright, but not seductive. I can't believe my face can reach this level. Your Highness, Roland, don't put on such a sad face. You're actually quite beautiful. Even though you look exactly the same, with the temperament you've accumulated over the years, the immature Her Highness Renee is indeed quite different from you. Why don't you try becoming a real girl? There should be a lot of princes pursuing you. I'm sorry, there's already an emperor of a big country who wants you to be his empress. Why don't you think about it? All right, from the way she was covering her mouth and giggling, Callie didn't have a conscience. Roland was already furious that he was forced to wear the light evening gown. With this provocation, Roland immediately grabbed his sword and was about to go out. Ignorant fool, you actually dare to insult me. Even though he was stopped by everyone, Roland still had a sour expression hanging on his face. In order to prevent any accidents from happening, Callie, who realized that she had gone overboard, volunteered to go along to supervise them, and she definitely wasn't going to watch the show under the guise of doing something serious. Now, seeing that the man and the cat had actually started to plan an assassination, Callie started to regret her actions. If this person were to really make a move, then the Donglan Principality would be in deep trouble. Although he was trustworthy most of the time, there were times when his imagination ran wild and his temper flared up. It was hard to tell what he would do. However, it was no wonder that His Highness Roland was so furious. The black evening gown that reached the ground showed off his noble and elegant temperament. On his young face, there was a mature temperament. This contradictory yet harmonious temperament was exceptionally attractive to the opposite sex. The light makeup added a tinge of gentleness to his heroic face. Under Callie's skillful brush, the moment of beauty like a high mountain flower stepped down from the carriage. The surrounding people gasped and sighed. From Callie's point of view, His Highness Roland's eyebrows twitched a few times. She could even faintly see the veins on his forehead. It was apparent that he was on the verge of going berserk. I can't provoke him anymore. Otherwise, I'll really make a move on him. Thus, she hurriedly led the way and informed her family to lead the way. She brought Roland into the banquet hall to prevent him from going berserk on the spot. Pink skeletons, white bones, flesh. All laws are empty. Everything is fabricated. Actually, I wasn't that angry. Isn't it just wearing more skin? In the past, I was only left with a skeleton for others to see. So what was there to be concerned about? And I was already an adult. So how could I record such a small matter in my notebook and prepare to take revenge on them one by one in the future? However, if I didn't act a little angry, such things would definitely happen to me again in the future. That would be embarrassing. Thus, I naturally tried my best to appear angry. Of course, the gazes that the men looked at me with were really infuriating. That Desos's astonished gaze also made me unhesitatingly mark him in my book of hatred. Brat, I will introduce Kolos and Victoria to you 2 days later. No, that isn't ruthless enough. That brat might even benefit from it. Thinking of a way to draw the spring of the drowned woman and introducing Beifeng to him is the way to go. Even though my mind is filled with malicious thoughts, I still squeeze out a smile on my face. After all, I am representing the image of the Donglan Principality. Behind my back, Callie is already on the verge of tears. Apparently, His Majesty the Emperor has already informed them, so there isn't anyone who doesn't know what's good for them to disturb us. Very quickly, in the room on the second floor, the secret discussion between the two of them got to the main topic. You dare to touch the Royal Astrology platform? Aren't you afraid that I will use this case on your head and start a war? As expected, the negotiations started with a show of strength. You should be thanking us for helping you get rid of a huge problem. You even dared to use those lunatics from the Celestial Tower. Aren't you afraid of getting yourself into trouble? Right? We found some things from there that you might be interested in. For example, the case of the attack on the Swallow Federation. The Swallow Federation is one of the strongest countries in the world. The case of the envoy being attacked shocked the entire world. However, the true reason was because the Swallow people interfered in the fight for the throne of the Ottoman Empire. The man in front of me sent assassins to get rid of the envoy and even pinned the blame of the lack of security on the other party. It seems that he had already planned for my threat. Desos shrugs his shoulders with a look of nonchalance. It is all in the past. If it was a year ago, I would still be a little worried. But now, you should know how meaningful it is. However, let's forget about the matter regarding the astrology platform. Let's talk about the future. All right, let's pretend that the matter regarding the vassal state never happened. We will return to our homes. That is impossible. The reputation of the Ottoman Empire will be swept to the ground. We would rather go to war. The advantage of having a private discussion is that we can get rid of the superfluous diplomatic rhetoric and get straight to the main topic. Just like what I said before, a negotiation is just two parties exchanging chips to test each other's bottom line before coming to a compromise. The final outcome is determined by the chips of both parties and the situation. It can be said that the outcome of a negotiation can be determined before the negotiation even starts. Originally, with the absolute advantage of strength, the Donglan Principality and I would be at a disadvantage in this negotiation. After all, as long as the other party threatens war, no matter how fearless we are, we would still have to give in due to our fear of war. Thinking of a certain Western lord, that is exactly what Desos did. From the very start of the negotiation, he threatened war. It is obvious that he intends to suppress us. But what is fortunate is that I did find quite a few new chips in the astrology platform. As long as I take out something that is more powerful than war, I will naturally be able to turn the tables. The Kassams. After throwing out this word, I quietly savor the high-class pastries and black tea in front of me, not even looking at the other party. But from the corner of my eyes, I see two shocked and disbelieving faces. You, how did you know? Under the shock, Hermit can no longer maintain his sly smile. On the other hand, Desos doesn't say a word. but from his action of caressing the magic sword at his waist, he is subconsciously considering the possibility of silencing me. Cassems is the name of a ship, but it isn't an ordinary ship. It is the flagship of the future Ottoman Empire's superweapon, the air fleet. Currently, it should still be under construction in a secret base under the river that has been hollowed out. Other than their regular military strength, every superpower empire has their own trump card. The Colossus army of the Swolo Federation can disregard city walls. The Bardi Empire is said to be able to summon a giant dragon to assist them. The cursed army of the Shiloh Empire is filled with all kinds of abnormal war monsters. The sea god guards of the Kossola Kingdom is said to be able to cause tsunamis on the continent. The Beastman Behemoth War Beast is said to be able to wrestle with a dragon. One of the reasons why the Ottoman Empire is unable to enter the Superpower Club is because of the lack of strategic weapons. Thus, the successive emperors have been investing in this aspect regardless of the returns. After messing up countless times, their final goal is the air fleet that can soar in the sky. As for the air fleet, from the technical theory to the construction of a base under the river, it has already taken the Ottoman Empire more than 200 years and more than half of the treasury of 4 to 5 generations of emperors. If the strategy guide didn't remember wrongly, they will only make their debut in the war with the underground world 15 years later. The moment they appeared, they destroyed more than 10 underground armies, shocking the entire world. But calculating the time, the construction should be nearing completion. In fact, the reason why the capital was moved to this Jiangqing hundreds of years ago was so that it would be convenient for Kajisi City to build the underwater base. This kind of national treasure is definitely under the direct control of the emperor. But Dasos didn't inherit the throne through normal means. He wasn't even the crown prince in the past, so he didn't have the chance to know this secret. After he ascended to the throne, he was pleasantly surprised to find out that his country actually had this secret weapon. A difficult situation that no one could laugh at was placed in front of him. He had the treasury, but he couldn't enter. The key to the underwater base had been thrown away by the original crown prince, Milos. However, Milos had been killed by Darsos. Without the key, no one could enter or leave. Looking at the time, the people inside should have starved to death by now, since no food had been sent in for a long time. This isn't a civilized society with human rights. All the people who know and their families are sent into the base, and food and supplies are all controlled by the outside world. Sometimes the result of too much secrecy is that once a key problem occurs, everything will be cut off. Thus, he could only keep that stubborn old man alive, hoping that he would one day say that he has a spare key. Even if he were to use necromancy to extract his soul, he might still fail. As for colluding with the Celestial Tower and sending out the Royal Celestial Tower, it was also because he wanted to borrow the other party's divination magic to find the key. However, in this era, divination magic has already declined. Furthermore, this key was set up with a series of anti-detection spells. Furthermore, those fellows from the Celestial Tower are better at killing and causing destruction than their own profession, so it is natural that they didn't manage to find anything. Even if they couldn't use it, this fleet is still the top secret of the Ottoman Empire. If it wasn't for them participating in the rebellion, even Hermit wouldn't have the right to know about it. Now that an outsider like me has exposed it, and even said the name of the fleet, it naturally roused his killing intent. In fact, in order to protect this secret, Dasos might even consider starting a war. Angels can fly. Putting aside whether the 2 legends in the secret room on the left can kill me in an instant, do you think that I would come and say it if I wasn't fully prepared? The black cat on my shoulder is the best hunting hound. From the very start, it noticed the other party's ambush. Noticing that it is impossible to silence them, Dasos' killing intent comes and goes quickly. However, this isn't the only thing I have. I know where the key is. That bunch of mad dogs found it, but they don't want to give it to you. If not for the fact that we still need the royal bloodline to open the lock, your treasury would have long been emptied by them. That bunch of mad dogs, bastards, wild dogs who didn't keep their promises. Hermit! Yes, your majesty. The latest arrest warrant will be sent down immediately. All the members of the Celestial Tower who are in our grasp will be arrested, and all the traitors will be hanged. Even if I don't look in the mirror, I am probably smiling maliciously. To be able to frame one's enemy by chance, it really makes one feel delighted. The Celestial Tower didn't find the key, but someone found it. This is a famous and unique epic-ranked quest chain from 10 years in the future. It starts from a player who was lucky enough to pick up an old backpack from an ancient well. The final ending is the revival of the invincible fleet of the Ottoman Empire. The walkthrough for this isn't very clear, but the old well itself is a huge hint. This might be a huge secret to others. However, when Beifong told me that the new emperor is interrogating the old emperor for the key to the fleet, all that is left is to look for the walkthrough to find the location. After 3 nights of searching, I found the key in the 26th dried-up well. If we were to open the gate now, there might be a few engineers and archmages who could survive. That would be much better than all of us dying and starting from the beginning again. Compared to the invincible floating fleet, a remote vassal country doesn't seem to be that important. Right? If you intend to take a gamble and kill me to snatch the treasure, feel free to give it a try. Putting everything else aside, I am confident in making sure that the key is never found. For example, having a fish swallow it and throw it into the sea, or having a bird swallow it and fly everywhere. With a smile, I lightly stir the drink in front of me with a spoon, admiring the anxiety and uneasiness of my opponent. Considering the good reputation of the Mist bloodline for holding grudges, the willingness to destroy indiscriminately, and the fact that they hold grudges, Desos is certain that if he were to use the threat of war, no matter what he obtains, at the very least his ace fleet would be gone. I am not anxious at all. Since the chips are bigger than the other parties, the advantage is already on our side. The first to give in can only be the other party. Kelly and I smile as we sip our tea. On the other side, anxiety is written all over his face. His eyebrows are tightly knitted together. On one side he is smiling while on the other he is frowning. At this point, the situation is already clear. After a bizarre long silence, the King of Winter Wolf, who is clutching his forehead and sighing helplessly, finally gives in. I can allow you to slip away secretly. The final alliance ceremony and the list of vassal countries will have one less Donglan principality. However, your country must at least care about our reputation and remain silent in the international public opinion. Furthermore, it must still be our vassal country in name. Vassal country in name. This is the bottom line of the Ottoman Empire. Otherwise, he will be unable to explain himself to the other allied countries. I nod my head and don't say much. I have already expected this bottom line. It isn't worth it to clash head-on here. I already have a way to circumvent it. The main point now is to fish for other benefits. That's not enough. Our country is small and weak, so we need the support of your country. For example, your country's micellar mithril alloy, your country's special war horses. All right, what's left is the time for a certain person to demand an exorbitant price. He is already so angry that he wants to kill someone, but because his lifeline is in the hands of the other party, he can only bargain. Of course, as a national treasure, the micellar mithril alloy, it is impossible to get his hands on it. However, the bigger the demand, the easier it is to bargain. After 4 hours of arduous negotiation, Desos and Hermit deeply understand that bargaining with a woman is equivalent to digging one's own grave. Forget about that Renee. That female elf official's patience is limitless. She grinds them down bit by bit, forcing them to flip the table before giving up. When the devil's contract is taken out by the angel and modified skillfully using the devil's language, even Desos feels that his brain isn't enough to comprehend it. The signatory, Roland, guarantees in the name of the Mist bloodline that as the true holder of the Mist Kingdom's royal authority, after the contract is signed, the Mist Kingdom will become a vassal country of the Ottoman Empire in name. However, the Ottoman Empire must hand over the following resources to Roland. Is Roland your real name? Good name. Just like that legendary hero of your royal family. Right? It seems to be the name of your Sword of the King as well. So it is a traditional name? A devil's contract requires one's real name to be signed in order to be effective. However, if I don't play a few word games, how can I live up to the infamous reputation of the devils who take pride in scamming contracts? The contract is signed with the Mist Kingdom and not the Donglan Principality. However, there are actually quite a number of people in the duchy who call themselves citizens of the Mist Kingdom. When the Mist Kingdom is destroyed, in the eyes of the monarchs of the various countries, the Donglan Principality is the revived Mist Kingdom. Of course, if they were professional diplomats, they might be able to see through this little trick. However, it is a secret contract, and the two of them, whose patience has been worn down by the long negotiations, aren't professional enough. The result of this contract is that my destroyed Mist Kingdom will become a vassal of the Ottoman Empire in name. In return, he will give me a huge amount of resources and technology. If I don't abide by it, the devil's contract is signed with one soul, and the consequences are clear. By the time he realizes that he has been scammed, I believe that he won't have the time or energy to settle the score with me and the Donglan Principality. Just as we are satisfied with our harvest, the fatigued Dasos smiles bitterly. I'm a good spendthrift, right? Then, if I can be an outstanding spendthrift, can I treat you to dinner? He reaches out his hand like a gentleman to invite me, but what he gets in return is, this little thing actually dares to bite me. I'm sorry, is this your cat? It's beautiful, but it seems that it's just like Master, a wild rose filled with poisonous thorns. I smile, but it isn't because of the monarch who changed his words in time. Have you collected enough blood samples? Who knows how much blood that key needs? Let's go back and try it. We have finished talking about everything that needs to be talked about. Do we really have to stay for dinner? Ignoring the regretful expression of Dasos, I stand up and leave. However, the moment I step out of the door, I am astonished by the chaotic scene in front of me. The banquet in front of me is a complete mess. The tables are overturned, the delicacies and wine are scattered all over the floor, the ladies are screaming and running away, the servants and gentlemen are surrounding the troublemakers. What is going on? Dasos seems to have found a place to vent his dissatisfaction and roars furiously. It's that human emperor something. That is a gnome. Idiot, since you can't remember his name, just call him Your Majesty. Greetings, Your Majesty. In order to congratulate you for finally getting rid of your old man and ascending to the throne, we are here to give you a gift. This is another gnome. Idiot, don't touch my sore spot. What do you mean by getting rid of my old man and ascending to the throne? It is obviously a rebellion, right? Da Vinci? This is an orange-haired, gray dwarf. Ingo, Kabbalah, Hoyle, they're here to give a gift to the new emperor in return. After going through an epic adventure, mainly due to them, they finally found their target. However, it is apparent that their target is about to go crazy. Guards, capture them. Chapter 94. Without a doubt, engineering is the occupation that burns the most money. As the investor of the Roland series of robots, as the honorary director of Sulphur Mountain Cities Engineer Association, the BR brothers of the Security Merchant Association are already on the verge of bankruptcy due to the endless expenditure of the series. Even so, the Roland series is still an immature product. The tall and mighty robots might seem powerful, but if they don't even have legend-rank fighting prowess, they're nothing more than high-level live targets in the underground world where experts are everywhere. If they were to add in high-level materials to raise their fighting prowess, the funds required would be astronomical. Thus, they thought of looking for investors in the surface where they need high-level fighting prowess. The Roland robots that they brought to the surface aren't the newest products of the Roland system. The technology used is second-hand goods that were discounted. However, in the surface world, it is filled with the smell of new technology. At the very least, in the eyes of the engineers, this is already an extremely valuable gift. Regardless of whether it is to gift a gift to the emperor of a huge country who is about to ascend to the throne or to the extravagant Ottoman Empire, as long as the gift is more valuable or novel enough. It is expected to receive an astonishing return. The Ottoman Empire's alchemy and engineering is also outstanding. If not, there wouldn't be an air fleet and magical machine dragons traveling in the future. At the very least, the goblins have long set their eyes on the secret alchemy of alloys and the magical machine theory, which is a mixture of magic and machinery. Their intention is to exchange for technology and resources. If that doesn't work, they can exchange it for some gold as research funds. This is a good idea. If an outstanding diplomat were to execute it, the outcome would most likely be satisfactory. But it is a pity that the envoy led by Biar, Kabbalah, and Hoyle is destined to be a mistake. Kabbalah, an orphan goblin born in Sulphur Mountain City. It is said that if we were to go by his genealogy, he is a goblin prince with a noble bloodline. It is said that he is a master in civil engineering, but he is obviously self-taught. I have never seen him build any decent houses before, but he has a unique passion for architecture. He often sneaks off to research on the foundations and beams of special buildings. It is one thing for him to research, but this fellow loves to do it himself, dismantling a few parts to research. Imagine what would happen if the pillars and foundations of a wooden house were removed. It wasn't the first time he had fallen into his own ruin. After creating countless pits and ruins, people gave him the nicknames Kabbalah the Little Prince of Digging Holes, and Kabbalah the Green-Skinned Termite. He was also the target of the town security, and Kabbalah will come to your house tomorrow became a malicious curse. Fortunately, he had a good business sense and a rich family background. He had no concept of money for a long time, and he would always pay for it afterward without causing any personal damage. That was why he had been on the edge of prison all this time. There is no need to introduce Eno. He is a mobile alchemist bomb specialist. Even though the dwarf Hoyle is a blacksmith master, he is also an all-rounder in prostitution, gambling, and alcohol. He is also a famous saboteur. To think that the group of dwarves could come up with the idea of putting these 3 living treasures together as a diplomatic group to send gifts. The moment they arrived at their destination, the Ottoman Empire, the gambling addict Hoyle spent a few nights in various new casinos and lost a large portion of his travel expenses. On the other hand, Kabbalah dug up a monastery with 100 years of history and lost the rest of his travel expenses. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so poor as to steal ornaments from the trees by the roadside. They did go to the royal palace, but it is a pity that this group of fellows are incapable of negotiation. Overthinking things, they insisted on meeting the emperor before they were willing to hand over their gifts. In fact, they didn't even allow the rude guard to touch their treasures. Thus, this group of sneaky foreigners were almost mistaken as assassins with ill intentions. Their plan to send gifts was thwarted along the way. If such days were to drag on for a few more weeks, they might be forced to sell their gifts as scrap metal and scram home with their travel expenses. 2 days ago, when they found out that the hermit residence was going to host a ball and that the emperor was going to appear personally, they barged in with joy and delivered their gifts personally. However, as they didn't receive an invitation, they were obviously foreigners. Naturally, the guards wouldn't allow them to enter. In the end, the 3 dwarves fought against the entire hermit residence's guards. Due to their outstanding experience in chaotic battles and individual strength, the 3 dwarves had the upper hand. However, if they were to drag on for a while longer, the royal guards would come and deal with them as assassins. By then, it would be impossible to deal with them. Fortunately, Dasos came out in time. However, it was unfortunate that this group of lawless dwarves offended the target they were trying to please the moment they opened their mouths. Forget about the insincere compliments. The moment they opened their mouths, they touched the sore spot of the other party who killed their father and brother. Are you here to send gifts, or are you here to make enemies? Shaking my head, looking at the furious Dasos, I knew that if I didn't do anything about it, he would definitely go all out and execute the 3 of them to vent his anger. That wasn't something I wanted to see. Your Majesty, since they are here to send gifts, at the very least, let them present their gifts. At the very least, it would show off your magnanimity as the ruler of a large country, as though they didn't want to embarrass themselves in front of me. My persuasion with a smile seemed to have worked. Taking in 2 deep breaths, suppressing his emotions that were about to explode, Desos nodded his head. Since Miss Renee has pleaded for you, I will give you a chance. Guests from a different tribe, state your identity, and show your sincerity. After a discussion, the 3 dwarves actually started to use the lines that they had prepared beforehand. Since you have asked with sincerity, then we will be merciful and tell you. For enough. Speak clearly in 10 seconds, otherwise I will tie you to a stone anchor and throw you into the river. I was intending to listen to them, changing the lines that I wrote recently, but apparently Desos didn't have the patience. The Emperor's angry roar made everyone in the room lower their heads and tremble. We come from the Sulphur Mountain city of the underground world. We heard that your Majesty is about to ascend to the throne, so we traveled 1,000 miles to deliver our most precious gift. As expected, threatening his life was effective. The underground world. In the eyes of the human nobles, the legendary underground world is filled with demons, and massacres and wars are everywhere. It is completely different from the surface. Hearing that the goblin and gray dwarf came from the underground world, the faces of the nobles were filled with shock and disbelief. A flurry of discussion broke out. Cough! Then let me see what kind of precious gift it is. Without a doubt, judging from the slightly raised eyebrows and the smile on the corner of his mouth, the residents of the underground world came from thousands of miles away to congratulate him on his ascension to the throne. This made Darsos feel that he was very proud. I heaved a sigh of relief. The creativity of this congratulation from 1,000 miles away is not bad, as long as nothing goes wrong. Even if the gift isn't anything special, Desos would still pretend to be satisfied. Most probably he would reward them handsomely, and it would become a good story. Look, this is number 8820, one miniature robot. It is also our gift to your Majesty. From Kabbalah's bag filled with patches, I took out a tattered robot. It is a worn-out robot that could fall apart at any moment. It is only a meter tall, and its entire body is covered in green rust. Clearly, its parts were recycled, and it doesn't have the prestige and fearsomeness of the original. The flustered Ingo didn't explain his words clearly. What he meant was that the one he sent over was the large robot number 88. However, due to its huge size, he could only replace it with a scale model. Pfft, this can be given to children to play with. This is an insult to the engineering standards of the Ottoman Empire. Our magic steam armor is already 3 meters tall. What is the meaning of sending this over? Does our emperor need a small toy? But obviously, in the eyes of the nobles here, it is just a few ignorant country bumpkins who sent a small toy to the emperor in an attempt to receive a generous reward. Look, he has a drill, a cannon, and a power backpack on his back. The technology is the most advanced in Sulphur Mountain City, and it should be of help to your country's engineering research. I hold my forehead. The misunderstanding hasn't been resolved yet. The more seriously Ingo explains, the more he looks down on the other party's engineering and industrial standards, making me even angrier. Z. Kacha. Boom. All right, there's no need to explain anymore. Just like the other safety brand products, under the Goblin's adjustments, this scale model starts to leak electricity. Then it starts to sizzle before exploding on its own. Enough! Is this the kind of gift you give to a king? Perhaps you all think that I am foolish for my benevolence. The unsheathed magic sword shines with a blood-red radiance. The Emperor no longer intends to conceal his killing intent. The 3 of them stare at one another in confusion. Even though the gift is so valuable and number 88 is the crystallization of the underground world's engineering, why does the other party seem to be so angry that he wants to kill them? Finally, Kabbalah comes up with a devious idea. Since you aren't satisfied with this gift, let's find another one at the last minute. Lord, this is our gift. A gem with boundless charm. Audacious. How dare you? Looking at the gift that Kabbalah takes out from the sack, the Ottoman nobles fly into a rage. Those are some familiar gems, and they are even the decorations along the river. To think that these cheap gems of inferior quality that no one would pick up would be gifted to the highest emperor. Damn it, this is even more despicable than stealing a fresh flower from a girl's most beloved garden and using it to make a bouquet to propose to the original owner. I am speechless at how they are courting death. Bickering with you all is a waste of my time. Fortunately, Desos laughs out of anger. In the end, he shakes his head, as though he doesn't want to bicker with these goblins anymore. Bring them away. Forget it, you all can leave by yourselves. Sulphur Mountain City, isn't that the birthplace of the gods that we have never heard of? Since the citizens there are like that, it seems that even the true gods will have country bumpkins in the future. Say, do you think that the great gods will escape to the mortal world to seek refuge? Perhaps our Ottoman Empire will be blessed by the gods because of this. Obviously, the emperor's sense of humor sucks. This cold joke that criticizes the true gods makes it even harder for one to laugh. But I have never heard of that god of law. I have heard of it a while ago. Nowadays, quite a number of merchants have chosen to believe in that religion. As expected, it is a church for the lower class. It can be seen from these fellows. Who knows how that unknown fellow became a true god? Perhaps he stepped on dog poop when he went out and somehow ascended to become a god. However, Desos is the emperor. Thus, even if it is a joke that isn't funny, the nobles under him have to try their best to laugh and follow along. However, they aren't dumb. At the very least, they know that they can't call Wumian's real name directly. Otherwise, it would attract the attention of the true god and the god's punishment would be sent down. Enough, you all can insult us. But you must never slander Lord Wumian's. You foolish humans. You all can't even compare to his little finger. The ear-piercing screech of the goblin echoes in the hall, following which, the entire hall bursts into laughter even louder. You are not allowed to laugh. You are not allowed to laugh. Biar forbid you all to laugh. However, the more he screams and the more furious he gets, the louder the laughter of the human nobles gets. You are not allowed to laugh. Otherwise, I, the almighty country bumpkin god, will punish you all. Seemingly confident in his sense of humor, Desos pinches his throat and imitates it perfectly, causing the laughter to grow louder and louder. It even lifts the ceiling of the hall and spreads to the outside. What do you all know, you bunch of short-lived fools? Only when you all turn into ashes will the gaze of the true God turn to you. In front of the gods, you must know how to be humble. How incredible are you, the ruler of the mortals. In the eyes of the gods, you are nothing. All right, the goblin's furious questioning is indeed the truth. However, it has struck the sensitive pride of some people. At least we are able to live a rich and beautiful life. As for that Sulphur Mountain City, if it was really rich, it wouldn't have required you all to use stolen jewels as gifts. Such a place is actually the sacred land of the god of law. As expected, only a second-rate place can produce such a country bumpkin god. The moment Desos' angry words come out, the entire hall quiets down. Even he hurriedly covers his mouth. Although he didn't mention his real name and the true gods aren't able to sense it, if this slander were to spread, he and the Ottoman Empire would become the mortal enemies of the Church of the God of Law. Suddenly, the old dwarf, who had been sleepy all this time, smiled. To think that the ruler of the mortal world would dare to slander the gods of the heavens. Initially, based on your courage, I would have toasted you and made a bet with you. However, it is a pity that you found the wrong opponent. Ingo, that brat, has always been full of nonsense, but this time he isn't wrong. Compared to Lord Wumian's, even if you are compared to the Lord Wumian's who is still in the mortal world, you aren't worth as much as his toenails. I have heard of the deeds of that person. Isn't he just a country bumpkin judge who suddenly received the recognition of the Order gods and ascended to become a god? It isn't wrong to say that he was lucky enough to step on dog sh*t. The battle between the authority of royalty and the authority of the gods is endless. Obviously, Desos has no respect for the god of law, since he is destined to offend him. What's wrong with offending him a little more? The scene in front of me makes me surprised. If the town security or the judges of the Supreme Court are here to protect my dignity, I wouldn't be surprised at all. However, the bunch of bastards in front of me are perverted gentlemen who have been beaten up by the town's security time and time again. Even with my identity as Wumian's, I have dealt with them several times. It is one thing for them to not bear a grudge against me, but to think that they would actually speak up for me? Perhaps I should go and have my hearing and sight checked. Perhaps people like you are unable to understand, but the underground world is a true hell. It is completely natural for the weak to die. In a world that is lacking in resources, one can even take someone's life for a cup of water. I am an orphan with nothing. For an unlucky fellow like me, dying in a ditch is the most likely outcome. However, only Sulphur Mountain City would allow a weakling like me to survive. It even gave me a chance to learn architecture and rely on my own 2 hands to survive. Different from you people who are so rich that you can use jewelry to decorate trees, us unlucky fellows who struggle for our lives know how difficult it is to allow the weak to live on with dignity, to allow the strong to not rely on the flesh and blood of the weak to survive. In this world, the only one who can do it is that Lord. Kabbalah, who has been silent all this while, says, I dream that one day my descendants will live in a country that doesn't judge them by their race, but by their character. These words are carved on the city gates and plaza of Sulphur Mountain City. That year, everyone thought that it was the ramblings of a lunatic. However, that man spent more than 100 years, bit by bit, to eliminate the prejudice against his race and really achieve this dream. Can you imagine? The kind and benevolent dark elf knight, the peaceful and lazy undead warrior, the hardworking and friendly goblin lad. In Sulphur Mountain City, race isn't important. What is important is what you have done and what you intend to do. The old dwarf shakes his wine gourd and drinks half of it in a single gulp. O monarch of the mortal world, perhaps you can order your army to fight for you and let your farmers work for you. But can you not order the ordinary citizens to walk up the city walls of their own volition, to protect the city with everything they have, to throw themselves into a war that is absolutely impossible to win? That man did it. He made the city into a home that all of its citizens are willing to sacrifice everything to protect. For some reason, the battle against the demon count floats in my mind. Those adorable citizens who took the initiative to walk up the city walls make me smile every time I think about it. He is just a political expert. As long as I have enough time, I can do it too. Desos' face steels, but he still refuses to admit defeat. But at the same time, the ear-piercing shriek of the goblin reverberates in the hall once more. Emperor of the mortal world, you can see that we fellows aren't good people. A while ago, we were imprisoned in Sulphur Mountain City's jail due to certain matters. Due to the schemes of certain people, the walls of the jail were pushed down, but we didn't make use of the opportunity to escape. Do you know why? That's because you are cowards. Hee, Old Beard and I are both gold rank. Going by the words of you humans, we are transcendental masters. But the ones guarding us are at most a few silver rank. At our level, we can earn a living wherever we go. Why do we have to obediently stay in that city and be bullied by the juniors? The old drunkard laughs. That time, all those who escaped from the jail died. After the incident, it proved that the choice of those who didn't escape was indeed the right one. Those who do evil must be punished. Those who are guilty will eventually be judged, and only judgment can redeem the sinner. This sentence is hung in front of the stone tablet in the prison, but I'm afraid that people like you won't believe it. However, I can tell you that under that man's rule, this naive sentence has become the axiom of that city. The reason why we chose to stay in the jail is because we believe in that man's words. As long as we complete our punishment, as long as we don't touch the bottom line of evil, we can live openly in that city. As long as we commit a crime, we will be punished. As long as we are innocent, we can live openly. A gray dwarf like me isn't welcomed in any of the underground cities, and their gazes towards us are filled with suspicion. But in our city, no one will be prejudiced because of race. Emperor of the mortals, may I ask if you can do it? No matter how I put it, as a king, can you give your subjects a happy home where most of them are willing to give up everything for it? If you can't do it, then you can't even be compared to that person's pinky. Old drunkard, how can we do it? Don't you remember what happened to us along the way? If not for us having some tricks up our sleeves, we would have long been eradicated of evil and confiscated all our belongings along the way. That's true. Brother BR, I'm starting to miss home. Perhaps it's time for us to return. What? The greatest king in 300 years. Rumors really can't be trusted. He doesn't have the breadth of mind to accommodate others, doesn't have the wisdom to understand others, and is filled with jealousy and prejudice. I think this country will fall in his hands sooner or later. Emperor of the mortals, I know that you pray for immortality because you short-lived emperors are all like that. But I'm afraid that even if you really become immortal, you will just be a zombie that yearns for the mortal world. You will never be able to compare to that man who sacrificed everything to transform the world with the incarnation of law. Such a despicable human actually dares to mock the gods in heaven, mock the incarnation of justice. Should I say that the ignorant are fearless? Or should I say that the shameless are invincible? After which, the three of them carry the gunny sack and intend to leave. But this time they aren't able to leave. Under a certain person's signal, the two legends who are lying in ambush in the secret room are already blocking their way. Insulting the emperor in front of him is a crime of disrespect. Lock him up in the dungeon. Let's see if that incarnation of justice of yours will come to save you. Looking at Desos' steely face, I know that it's useless to say anything at this moment. Sigh, I have to check up on the information again. Where is the royal dungeon? You are really finding trouble for me. Even though I say so, for some reason, my mood becomes much better. Chapter 95. A wise man becomes a fool, a fish that is most easily hooked. Because he relies on his vast knowledge, he is unable to see his own arrogance. The foolishness of a fool is nothing special, but the foolishness of a wise man is laughable, because he uses all his skills to prove his own foolishness. In a foolish country, there is a wise king. He thinks that he is nobler and greater than the gods. Oh, my brother, please don't say that. That dignified king. He is waving his unparalleled scepter, intending to ascend to the unparalleled throne. If you criticize him, be careful that he raises his maggot-covered scepter and beat you up. Insignificant king, are you not even allowed to speak the truth? That arrogant declaration, that arrogant words that treat the god of law as a country bumpkin, provokes the laughter of the gods in the sky. Oh, who gave that comical king the confidence to think that he, with his short lifespan and his country, can look down on the person who has already entered the realm of immortality? Perhaps it is because his voice is very loud. At least, his heart-wrenching roar scared the crows into trembling. Perhaps it is because he is very rich. At least, he is rich enough to use jewels to decorate the trees and carpets to pave the roads. Perhaps it is because he is very strong. At least, those 46 unlucky fellows are intending to offer their flags and obediently become his lackeys. The three comical people, surrounded by the legends, continued to sing their songs. Ha ha ha, he he he. The hall was already in chaos. Amidst the trembling nobles' crows, the laughter of the three dwarves became one. The emperor's voice is very loud. Perhaps his angry roar could be heard throughout the entire country, but that person has never needed to roar. Even when facing a farmer who has nothing at all, even when facing the questioning of a noble semi-god, He would only take out his own codex, and Mance would explain to the other party the principles of our Sulphur Mountain city. Let us wait. Let the great time judge the weight of words. 300 years later, how many ashes will remain of that great monarch? Will his arrogant words have already become the laughingstock of history? And will that silent, undying one have already realized his own ideals and used his own rules to change the entire world? The emperor's kingdom is very rich. Oh, in order to keep up appearances, he extravagantly opened his own treasury, used jewels to decorate the trees, and used milk to irrigate the rivers. Our village judge was not so rich. He was so poor that he often overdrew his salary and had to write IOUs to the shops to prepare for tomorrow's bread. But in his country, as long as you work hard, you won't starve to death. As long as you obey the law, you can gain dignity. Every civilian could enter his office. They could complain about their troubles and express their hopes for the future. But in your country, it's a dog-eat-dog world. The greedy nobles are jackals and wolves. The cunning merchants are sheep in front of the jackals and wolves, but they are man-eating tigers and leopards in front of the commoners. And you, great king, the supreme being who feeds on wolves, tigers, and leopards, have you ever been to the civilian area in the suburbs to listen to the lambs that are in so much pain that they can't live anymore, to listen to how they sell their children and abandon their children just to fill their stomachs today? The emperor's kingdom is very powerful. Oh, I heard that your royal guards are the elites of the Silver Cross, symbol of the silver rank, and that your voice can make the neighboring countries tremble? Then do you know that in the underground world where the weak are prey to the strong, even the golden triangle, symbol of the gold rank, are just cannon fodder under the flames of war? Do you know that we have just annihilated the demon count and his army that are comparable to a true god? We have also exiled the Dragon Queen that leads countless evil dragons. The Beast King that has over 10,000 Golden Triangle guards has also been beheaded. We don't have the so-called noble nobles that protect our territory and subjects because our territory doesn't belong to anyone. Our city doesn't have an army, and as long as the shadow of war approaches our final home, every one of us is a brave warrior who is willing to risk everything. We have many enemies, but we have even more trustworthy friends. And you, great king, the emperor who is jealous of the gods, do you think that when you lose your crown and scepter, when your home is threatened with destruction, how many people are willing to sacrifice their lives for you? How many nobles will perish along with the country? How many allies will come to save you and not stab you in the back? The young emperor who raises the scepter of corruption. You think that you are a dignified king, but in reality, you are just a clown who is trying to please the crowd. The unjust who murdered your father and brothers. You think that you can look down on that person, but regardless of character or the meaning of your existence, you can't even compare to that person's little finger. The foolish king who is jealous of the true gods. You think that you are rich because you are strong, but in reality, you don't even know what true strength is. In front of that Lord, in front of true strength, please remain humble. You are because you are cool. In reality, you are ugly. You are a joke. All right, in the midst of their banter, Dasos's face has turned the color of pig liver. In the end, the three dwarves were all captured by the emperor's personal guards. Perhaps it should be said that they realized that they were no match for the emperor, so they unhesitatingly raised their hands to surrender. But someone perceptively sensed that this matter was far from over. Hoyle and the others didn't care about the country situation, and they were bastards who were full of problems. But they knew who gave the citizens of Sulphur Mountain City a good life. So, even if you were a supreme ruler, as long as you insulted the benefactor in their hearts, they would still dare to scold you harshly. The human king who mocked the true gods, the dwarf gnomes and gray dwarves who mocked the king. In the eyes of the bystanders, especially in my eyes, this was a scene destined to be recorded in the annals of history. As expected, 2 days later, the situation had changed. The nonsense of the three dwarves has been turned into a comical bar tune. Now, Many of the middle and lower class taverns and tea houses are singing it. It has already spread, and I'm afraid that it will be impossible to stop it. The general trend of history was indeed unstoppable, but the so-called general trend was formed by countless people and events. In the open and covert struggles of the country, the three of them were insignificant figures who weren't worth mentioning. But more often than not, it was these insignificant figures who did shocking things. There's definitely a mastermind behind this. Most of the lyrics are taken from the original words of those gnomes, and they've been edited and edited. The artistic level is extremely high. Our music masters and dramatists all say that this is probably the work of a master. They even say that perhaps this will become a masterpiece. Bishop Kolos of the God of Law has already sent an official note, requesting us to release the hostages as soon as possible and explain our disrespect towards the God of Law. The Church of Holy Lights Noel VI has expressed his dissatisfaction with us through an emergency channel and requested us to explain our disrespect towards the God of Law. What followed was a serious warning and concern from the churches of the 9 true gods. They are demanding an explanation from us. The royal guards have seized the giant robot at the temporary residence of the 3 fellows. That should be the gift that they intend to send out. According to the preliminary research conducted by the Royal Engineers Association, it is indeed very advanced. Many of its technologies are very helpful to our country's engineering research. But it is a pity that the gnome isn't willing to cooperate at all. I don't know who spread the news, but there are already people privately accusing the Empire of biting the hand that fed them and mocking the Emperor for not being magnanimous. The intelligence organization Midnight Rose has sent out a warning. Those groundless rumors vividly described how you murdered the previous emperor in order to ascend the throne. Of course, this is all slander, but your prestige has indeed been affected because of this. Following the spread of that malicious and sarcastic rumor, there are already people calling the emperor the foolish king who envies the true gods. There are also people spreading rumors that the Ottoman Empire has the ambition to annex other countries. At least 30 of the 46 countries are ready to make a move. They are communicating in private, and it seems like they are plotting something. Bad news was placed on the table one after another. The pen was better than the sword. The young emperor was facing the most dangerous challenge since he ascended the throne. The invisible enemy in the shadows was the alliance of countless hostile forces, making it impossible for him to fight back even if he wanted to. It had to be said that, in a sense, Desos was indeed a virtuous king. At least under his rule, his subordinates dared to directly complain about the mistakes of the emperor and the various unfavorable situations without fear of being punished. Desos, you really went a little overboard this time. Everything else doesn't matter. But just because of a verbal dispute, you put the hat of despising the true gods on your head. You have incurred the hostility of the churches of the gods. You are really too stupid. As Desos' close friend and brother, only Hermit dared to speak ill of the emperor to his face. But at this moment, Desos' face was full of regret. Thinking back, it was indeed not his usual cautious way of doing things. As expected, staying away from women is the right thing to do. Beauty is harmful. Now that Desos thought back, the reason why he was so angry to the point of not choosing his words was more or less because Renee was by his side. Being criticized and ridiculed in front of the woman he admired and losing face, even the most cautious and humble person in the past could easily lose control of his anger and fly into a rage, not to mention the emperor of a country who had just grasped great power. There must be a reason for that contract. After all, it's written in the language of the demons. There's more or less a problem with the language of the lower realm. Language itself was magical. The language of the lower realm would incite negative emotions. The language of blasphemy in truth magic and the language of chaos in divine arts were language magic that used the language of the demons and demons in the lower realm. In contrast, there were alternative divine arts and magic that used the language of the gods and angels in the upper realms, such as the word of virtue and the language of holiness. Desos had stared at that contract for far too long. Unknowingly, negative emotions had already been incited in him. The magic sword itself would cause people to be inclined towards chaos. When he walked out of the room, his emotions were already extremely depressed and uncomfortable. It was only natural that he would lose control after being ridiculed in front of his face. It's too late to say all this. Things have already happened. Now, I should think about how to make up for it. If it was just a slip of the tongue, it would be easy to deal with. But the weight of the heavy gift from the mocker had instead caused Desos to be labeled as ungrateful and narrow-minded. As that strange song spread throughout the entire city, it spread at lightning speed. Before he gained the reputation of being the king of winter wolves, the good name of the foolish king who envies the gods was first given to Desos. And for a feudal ruler, authority and dignity were more important than life itself. Reputation was sometimes equal to power itself. When an emperor lost his dignity and reputation, the major nobles under him would naturally no longer listen to his orders. All of this wasn't a certain person's scheme, but sometimes the accumulation of accidental factors would be far more fatal than the enemy's schemes. In particular, Desos and the Ottoman Empire weren't completely united. Although his father and older brother had fallen from power, the power they had left behind hadn't been completely uprooted. The major warlords and major nobles of the various territories were even more ambitious. How could they possibly let go of this opportunity to lower the king's authority and dignity without having to take the initiative? And those small countries that were forced to join the alliance had long been filled with resentment. It would have been fine if the Ottoman Empire had no flaws, but now that it had revealed a flaw, they would naturally attack together and look for an opportunity to break free from the suzerain and become independent. If it had been 3 to 5 years later, when Desos had stabilized his position, all of this wouldn't be a problem. But recently, Desos had been forcefully pressuring the alliance internally and externally, and he was already sitting on the edge of a volcano. Now that he had made a slip of the tongue and revealed a flaw, how could his opponents let it go? Thus, under the concerted efforts of all parties, the pub tunes and rumors spread rapidly, and all sorts of hidden dangers were detonated at the same time. Since we've already made a mistake, then let's go all the way. Lock those 3 into the highest level prison and don't let them see anyone. If they're released, it would instead make us look weak. Reply to Noel VI and be more tactful. Just mention that I've made a slip of the tongue and apologize. As for the Church of the God of Law, we've already thoroughly offended them, so just ignore them. As for the rumors, get the intelligence organization to create more inconceivable rumors to confuse the public. Even in the face of a disadvantageous situation, Desos' expression didn't change as he proposed a series of countermeasures. Although it was a strategy to mend the pen after the sheep had been lost, it was still appropriate. This, Your Majesty, Lord Hermit, I've just received 2 pieces of news. The civil official who suddenly ran and hesitated. It was obvious that it wasn't good news. Say it. What other bad news do you have? I'll take it. I don't know who spread that pub tune into the royal prison, but those goblins have been humming it all day long. Furthermore, those prisoners have also started singing along. They're all mocking me. There are even people who say that because of the incompetence of this generation's ruler, the Ottoman Empire is about to enter a decline. Asterisk smack. Asterisk, even though he knew that these were all superficial mockery from the losers, Desos still couldn't control his uncontrollable emotions. He hammered down with great force. An expensive red Nanma desk instantly split into 2. The room instantly became silent. After a while, the low voice of the emperor that was suppressing his anger exploded in the room like thunder. I got it. What's next? What other bad news is there? The young civil official replied with a trembling voice. The Donglan Principality has announced that the God of Law will be established as the national religion. That Princess Renee used her own reputation to guarantee the innocence of those 3 people. She also guaranteed that the gifts they sent out are priceless treasures and that they weren't disrespectful. She requested for us to release them immediately. Asterisk boom. Asterisk gotcha. Asterisk this time, the expensive desk didn't need to be repaired anymore. After Desos smacked it furiously, not only did the desk crumble, even the floor was smashed open. As expected, women aren't worthy of trust. At the same time in the river a figure was diving. Beside him was a black cat that was walking underwater. Is it here? Is the key reacting? Hurry up, we don't have much time left. Chapter 96. In a certain world, if a lawyer specialized in civil disputes, the first thing a lawyer had to learn was how to create traps in the contract and how to avoid the other party scams, so as to earn more benefits for their employer. The devils of this world were experts in scamming contracts. However, if they were to lie from start to finish, their reputation would be ruined sooner or later, and no one would be foolish enough to sign a contract with you. Thus, with the souls of both parties as a guarantee, as long as one could see through all the traps, the devil's contract was the fairest and most effective contract in the world. It was very popular in the various planes. The lower planes language written on the contract had magic power. Even residents of the main plane who didn't know the devil's language of the lower plane would be able to understand it at a glance. However, if one were to think that the contract was fair just because they could understand it, they would be making a huge mistake. Tens of thousands of years ago, the devils had already studied it as an art. For example, if you were to use a magnifying glass to look at the gorgeous patterns on the contract, you would realize that it was actually a supplementary clause formed by a circle of distorted small words. If you didn't notice it before signing, you could only blame yourself for being unlucky. That long and complicated chapter that people didn't want to read, perhaps the acrostic poem at the beginning of every sentence, was the true crux of the contract. You thought that the contract was meant to be read horizontally, but when it was time to carry out the contract, the devils would tell you that you should read it vertically or diagonally. Then, the meaning would be completely different. As for the inverted subject-verb-object, typos, missing words, extra exemptions, and other incongruous areas, please don't treat them as accidental mistakes and clerical errors. Those were mostly done intentionally by the scammers. There was definitely a problem within. Thus, for archmages who had been dealing with the lower plane for a long time, the first priority when making a deal with the devils was not to use the original contract provided by the devils. Instead, they insisted on drafting the contract on the spot, even if it was destined to be a marathon battle. Along with the development of time, the hypocritical and cunning human nobles gradually began to use the devil's contract as a guarantee for their souls. Of course, the talent of humans in deceit is definitely not inferior to the devil's. Over the millennia, contract scams have also come up with countless new tricks that even the devil lords would be shocked by. For example, intentionally raising an orphan, giving him the exact same name as a VIP to sign on behalf of him. Even if it was me, I wouldn't dare to use the original contract provided by others, nor would I dare to let the contract leave my sight. As expected, at the negotiation table, Desos didn't hesitate to reject the contract I had proposed. He even invited scholars and law experts from Hermit's residence and requested for a new contract to be drafted on the spot. And so we fought against each other on the spot. But very quickly, the initiative to construct the contract slowly returned to my hands. After all, the expertise of those scholars and law experts couldn't be compared to mine. Putting aside the fact that the devil's language in the lower plane possessed magic, stirring up negative emotions was the weakest side effect. What was most fatal was the corruption of the devil's language. At the very end, apart from knowledge, it was also a battle of physique and willpower. Furthermore, I intentionally dragged out the time to argue over the terms of the contract. I also intentionally dictated the devil's language to increase the pressure on the other party. When the contract was finally signed, the 3 scholars who had relaxed their mental state immediately fainted on the spot. Looks like they wouldn't be able to recover without a year or so of recuperation. In the end, I was very satisfied with the final contract. The efforts of the experts were also seen by the other party. Desos, and the others were also very satisfied. And at the very least, they should be very satisfied before those loopholes are discovered. Out of all of them, the one that I am most satisfied with is the condition of the two countries are not to launch any military threats or acts of war for the next 10 years. Without a doubt, this reassures the mist country. If not for this condition, a few days after we exchange our bargaining chips, the weaker side would have to submit to Darsos's threat, and the contract would have been for naught. 10 years later, I didn't think that he would have the leisure to cause trouble for the Donglan Principality by then. Besides, as long as the plan went smoothly, who knows who would be the one causing trouble for whom. At the moment, with this secret contract, the Donglan Principality had truly obtained its freedom. That was also the reason why René and the others unhesitatingly chose to recognize the God of Law as the national religion after going back to the Mist Country to negotiate and request the Ottoman Empire to hand over the three dwarves. Without a doubt, this was equivalent to raising the flag of challenge to the authority of Dasos and the Ottoman Empire. Furthermore, it was a vicious stab in the back right after the contract was signed. Furthermore, under the contract that was just signed, the Ottoman Empire wasn't able to do anything about it. I just kicked you in the back. What? Are you going to bite me? Even with such provocation, the Donglan Principality is still fine. Looks like the rumor that the Ottoman Empire is strong on the outside but weak on the inside is true. Perhaps that young emperor isn't even able to mobilize the dukes and marquises under him. Under the watchful eyes of so many enemies, the first person who jumped out to challenge the authority of the Ottoman Empire and wasn't slapped to death with a single slap would probably follow suit without any hesitation. By then, the authority of the Ottoman Empire would be in danger. This wasn't my conjecture. The changes in the situation over the past few days had proven everything. I was indeed the one who spread the lyrics, but I wasn't the one who composed the music. After all, I knew my own limitations. Even though my musical talent was stronger than Gria's, it had only evolved from the howl of a banshee to the howl of a lich. The effects of killing people were the same. Perhaps dying slowly would be a form of torture. Since composing the music wasn't something that I was capable of, there were now several variations of the music, such as a bar tune, an opera, and so on. The evolution of the music was far too quick. Without a doubt, there were people who took this opportunity to take action in the dark, intending to deal a heavy blow to Dasos's reputation. Dasos had the prestige of ascending to the throne and suppressing the 46 countries. How impressive was that? But this was doubtlessly a huge gamble. If he succeeded, the rewards would be tremendous, but it would also bring about a huge backlash. This backlash included both internal and external. Judging from how quickly the music was composed and spread, as well as the high quality of the finished product, there was an 80% chance that it was the work of the major nobles of the Ottoman Empire. It would be difficult for other factions to find so many local musicians and dramatists to adapt the music. Then they would use a large number of traveling poets to spread the bad name of the foolish king jealous of the true gods. In a feudal country, a powerful ruler was doubtlessly something that the major nobles didn't want to see. The Ottoman Empire had 2 Grand Dukes for dukes and 37 marquises. More than 70% of them had their own territories and people, and they were the local emperors who ruled over their territories for a long time. And in the future history, the powerful Dasos would find an excuse to take back 1/3 of the nobles' titles and confiscate their territories and wealth, creating a powerful, centralized country. This was also a historical necessity. When royal authority rose, the local nobles would definitely be suppressed. From a certain standpoint, the major nobles of the Ottoman Empire didn't do anything wrong. They had long since seen the ambition of the new king and had been looking for a chance to break out of this situation. On the other hand, 2 hours after the Donglan Principality made the request to protect the 3 people, 13 countries made the same request. Among them, 3 countries had even been vassals of the Ottoman Empire for over 100 years. Now, the 3 people didn't matter anymore. The envoys of the various countries didn't even know the names of the 3 people. However, this didn't stop them from protesting. These innocent, unlucky people had become the breakthrough point for the smaller countries to challenge the authority of the Ottoman Empire. As the envoys of the various countries received the authorization from the royal families of their countries, the number of people participating in the challenge would probably increase. This was undoubtedly the retribution of the Ottoman Empire for suppressing the smaller countries. No one was willing to become the subordinate of another country. Not only did they have to pay tribute, but they also had to serve as cannon fodder during the war. Since the situation couldn't get any worse, they might as well take the chance while the new king was on the throne. There was no doubt that during this period of time, Desos's royal authority and dignity were being challenged from both inside and outside. However, the way he dealt with it was very memorable. Facing the provocation, he strangely remained silent. He didn't seem to have any intention of criticizing the Donglan Principality. Instead, he silently fulfilled the requirements of the contract and handed over large amounts of resources and technology to the envoys. He's admitting defeat just like that? Rene, Kelly, and the others were astonished. This was completely unlike the domineering emperor style. However, in my eyes, Desos hadn't changed at all. He was still a typical gambler. Currently, he was remaining silent. He was only throwing more chips into the gamble, intending to make the gamble even bigger. If he had intended to compromise, he could have simply released the 3 people. However, he maintained a strange silence towards the 3 people. He only silently endured the pressure and waited for a chance to make a comeback. Fulfilling the contract was only a part of it. According to our contract, if the Ottoman Empire fulfilled the conditions of the contract and paid us the resources and technology, then it would be my turn to hand the key to the underwater base to Desos. A chance to make a comeback, the enthronement ceremony? When the time comes, as long as we bring out the floating airships. No, we don't even need the entire airships, just a single airship. This unprecedented weapon of the era would be enough to greatly boost our reputation and suppress all opposing voices. I could already guess how he would change the program for the enthronement ceremony. Military parades were always a good opportunity to show off one's military strength. At the climax of the military strength of all parties, the moment that new airship appeared, it would be able to suppress the restless major nobles and subordinate countries, increasing his authority by another level. The reason why I said that the emperor was a gambler was because, while this plan sounded good, it was also a dangerous gamble filled with uncertainty. If the engineers in despair completely destroy their painstakingly created creation, the inside would already be in ruins. Even if the door is opened, if there isn't a single airship that can be completed in time for the enthronement ceremony within 3 months, it would still end up with nothing to show for it. However, his early fulfillment of the contract was a good thing for the Donglan Principality, which was in urgent need of resources. But for me, I had to hurry up. After all, I was also very interested in the treasures of the underwater base. At the very least, the technology of the floating airships could be said to be a priceless treasure that all countries would covet. Logically speaking, there should only be one entrance to the underwater base, which was around the pier of the abandoned bridge. However, that area had long since become the base of the Ottoman royal guards. The emperor's most trusted elite troops were stationed there, and there was also the semi-god dragon hunter, Damos, there to hold the fort. Not to mention entering. Even getting close to it would cause great trouble. But at this moment, I was diving in the river in search of something else. Got it, it's really here. Even though I was constantly complaining, the multi-purpose cat was able to emit a faint glow underwater, making it easier for me to find my target. After 2 nights of fruitless searching, I finally found my target. It was the emblem of a white wolf on a rock wall. Although it was covered with aquatic plants and much of it had been corroded by the water, the malevolent image of the wolf's head was still vivid and lifelike. I carefully moved the wolf fang necklace closer to the emblem on the rock wall, but there was no reaction at all. As expected, the blood I got from Desos wasn't enough. Luckily, I was prepared. In the small pouch on my waist, there was a bottle of fresh blood that I had just obtained. Dasos' father, unfilial son, there are blood-sucking rats in the dungeon. Get lost. Smelly rats. Could it be that my illustrious reputation will be lost to the mouths of rats? As the blood mixed with the river water, the wolf fang necklace was completely dyed red. Finally, the eyes of the wolf head sculpture emitted a white light. Then, a black hole on the rock wall opened up, causing the water level of the entire river to slightly change. As expected, there is an underwater exit. Finally, I relaxed. This kind of underwater base that was hollowed out from the rock wall should have an emergency exit. Although it was just my personal guess, the opening of the hole after the mechanism was activated proved that my guess was correct. However, this passage wasn't wide. It shouldn't be a passage for ships as I expected, but an exit for the flow of water or for the migration of people. I carefully dived into the hole and followed the underwater passage upwards. A few minutes later, I reached the surface of the water. The moment I poked my head out, I hurriedly dived back down before I could even take a second look. No matter how much I thought about it, I still didn't expect this kind of result. Regardless of whether it was me or Dasos, we didn't have any hope that there would be any survivors in the base. After all, water and food had been cut off for more than a year. Even if they could make do with the river water, if they didn't have food for a year, no matter how I thought about it, they would have all died. However, with just a glance, I realized that we had guessed wrongly. Not only were there survivors here, the survivors were actually working hard to build ships. At the pier on the side, there were already 2 medium-sized airships docked. They are actually from the same profession. Looking at the number of low-tier undead, there should be an undead lord among them. Yes, although there were survivors, there weren't any living people. Most of the workers at the pier were skeletons and zombies. However, looking at the flesh on the zombies that hadn't completely decomposed yet, they had just become undead not long ago. Is it Prince Callison? There might be at least a saint-rank Lich among them. That will be difficult to deal with. Even if I ignored the undead, the small-sized and medium-sized magic statues at the pier wouldn't be easy to deal with either. As the most important military base of the Ottoman Empire, it would be unimaginable that it didn't have a defense that was armed to the teeth. Based on the information from the future, the Invincible Fleet in the future also had a ghost fleet. The commander of the ghost fleet was a high-level Lich named Callison. It was said that he was the younger brother of the previous emperor and the uncle of Dasos. Back then, there were people who guessed that a great prince of a large country would become a Lich. What was even more ridiculous was that the Winter Wolf King actually gave almost half of the fleet to this undead. But now, it seemed that this prince should have given the fleet to the emperor instead. Perhaps this time, being separated from the outside world was an opportunity for this archmage to transform into a Lich. After all, if he discovered that there wasn't enough food, he definitely wouldn't just sit and wait for death. Transforming into an undead that didn't require food might be the best choice for him to survive. I silently moved underwater and memorized the situation around me. Then I unhesitatingly turned around and left. Since we aren't strong enough this time, let's bring more men with us next time. However, the moment I returned to the church, my plans met with a blow to the head. My current number 1 fighter, the Moon Knight Diana, was destined to be unable to participate in this plan. That I grew up in the underground city, and water is an important resource. It would be a waste to use it for bathing. If I were to use it for swimming, all right, I didn't need to say anything else. The excuse that the residents of the underground world couldn't swim was too convincing. Considering that a Saint Knight is a heavy armor unit that relies heavily on equipment to survive, and diving while wearing armor is an impossible challenge, I immediately dispelled the idea of letting her try diving. Looking around, Beifong and Cassio were looking up at the sky, trying their best to pretend that they didn't hear our discussion. Grim maintained his silence, but just by looking at his heavy armor, it was obvious that he wouldn't be able to enter the water. On the other hand, Momo enthusiastically raised her hand to speak. I am the best swimmer among the town security. I have practiced in Old Morake's fish pond, and I can hold my breath underwater for a minute. I can even swim 30 meters in a single breath. All right, what does this achievement of a 10-year-old child mean? As expected, it was too early for me to be happy. In the end, I turned my pleading gaze towards Kolos, but she replied with an apologetic tone. Lord Oracle, wild elves have never liked water. Due to being in the underground world for a long time, I didn't even learn how to transform into a seal, so it won't. It rarely rains in the underground world. Looking at the bunch of landlubbers in front of me, just as my head was about to explode, the black cat on my shoulder smiled gleefully. Idiot, it won't be enough to find a siren. Their racial talent, blessing of the sea god, allows those who can't swim to swim and breathe underwater for a short period of time. It will definitely be enough. There is only a river here and no sea. Where can I find a siren? It was a tattered poster. On it, there was a comical clown, a two-headed ogre acrobat, a trapeze artist swinging on a swing, and a siren beast tamer performing seal training in a huge pond. Fire Dragon Circus? I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Chapter 97. Aurora Knight? Isn't that just a legend? In the past, the Mist Kingdom's Royal Knight Corps had a special unit called the Aurora Knight. They were a rarely seen 4th-tier, gold, troop type among the humans. However, they should have disappeared along with the fall of their country more than 300 years ago. But as time passed, the legendary knight gradually became a legend that was doubted by others. After all, their numbers were never large, and they never left the snowy northern lands. The advantage of humans was their rapid growth. But on the other hand, due to the short lifespan and peak period of the long-lived species, the average combat strength of the human countries had always been at a bottleneck. For example, it took 7 to 10 years to groom a mature white wolf knight. In other words, a rookie would only be able to become a qualified knight at the earliest of 17 to 18 years old. Then, by the age of 40, all aspects of a knight would start to deteriorate rapidly. It was impossible for a knight to serve for more than 20 years. The period between 28 to 35 years old was the peak period of a knight. After deducting the bonuses from their equipment, most of the ace knight would never be able to reach the 3rd tier in their lifetime. This was the reason why it was called the silver dignity. In most of the human kingdoms, a knight who had reached the silver rank would automatically obtain the lowest noble title, and those lucky ones who had successfully stepped into the gold rank would obtain the title of master in their respective races. This had already surpassed the limits of hard work and was destined to be the privilege of a small number of geniuses. The god of fate was fair. The more a warrior relied on their weapons and equipment, the harder it was for them to advance to the next tier. Comparing the humans to the other races, the humans were too far behind. It wasn't difficult for an adult elf to reach the silver rank. It wasn't difficult for an adult superior elf to reach the gold rank through hard work. Although the beastmen didn't advance very quickly with their outstanding basic attributes and racial talents, as long as the difference in their weapons and equipment wasn't too great, they wouldn't have any problems fighting against 2 beastmen of the same rank. However, the reason why humans were able to suppress the other races to become the hegemon of the continent wasn't just because of their large population, but also because of their extremely complicated classification of troops. Outstanding equipment manufacturing technology was also indispensable. Special elite ace. Every mature troop had their own unique equipment and tactics. Relying on the bonus of equipment, troops with an average of grade 2 bronze could become the main force of each country. The Ottoman Empire was so strong and prosperous because of the White Wolf Guards with an average of grade 3. The Missler dragon spear that they were equipped with was indestructible after being infused with magic power. The explosive javelin that could be detonated once could withstand a full-powered blow from a low-tier, gold-tier warrior. The explosive sword that had flaming chain-like teeth was a terrifying cutting machine in close combat. With the help of these powerful weapons and the indestructible Misla light armor, the powerful Ottoman Empire had invested a lot of money into it. That was how the trump card of the light cavalry, which had an average of 3 tiers, was created. The reason why they were light cavalry was because their equipment was too heavy. The existing high-quality war horses could no longer allow them to wear heavy armor. They could only be equipped with light armor that protected their vitals. Moreover, this light cavalry is famous for being slower than heavy cavalry. This was already the standard of the ace guards of the various super empires. Furthermore, it was the result of the rapid development of alchemy and alloy smelting technology in the past 100 years. However, according to the legends, there was actually a gold-tier heavy-armored knight known as the Aurora Knight in that bitterly cold country 300 years ago. No matter how one looked at it, there was actually a gold-tier heavy-armored knight. The difference between an average gold tier and an average silver tier is like the difference between heaven and earth. What kind of mount and equipment could raise a bronze tier warrior to the combat power of a gold tier warrior? Could it be that they are all Dragon Knight? With 100 of such knight, it would be enough to sweep the entire world. However, the other party did send over some information and instructions. They even sent over a set of equipment samples. Furthermore, through preliminary inspection, the complete Aurora Knight has indeed reached the standard of a grade 4. Desos opened his mouth wide, and his face was filled with disbelief. Such a powerful weapon of the country was given away just like that? Back then, during the negotiations, Roland did half-jokingly say that he wanted to exchange the Aurora Knight for the 3-grade, 3 troops of the Ottoman Empire, including the White Wolf Guard. However, in reality, the existence of the Aurora Knight had always been doubted. If it really existed, its value would indeed be higher than the 3-grade, 3 troops. Everyone treated it as a joke. Thus, back then, Desos agreed without hesitation. He even said that if he was willing to exchange, he was willing to provide 1,000 sets of equipment samples for each of the 3 troops. This was just a verbal promise meant as a joke. After all, even if the Aurora Knights truly existed, they should have already disappeared in the annals of history. Otherwise, the East Mist communal country wouldn't have suffered defeat after defeat, their national strength constantly declining. But now, the information and equipment samples of the troops were actually sent over. Furthermore, it was during his most difficult period. What kind of situation was this? Was he trying to find a way to express his allegiance? Desos was overjoyed at once and asked, "Is there anything?" He asked, "Have you done the tests?" Very quickly, when the samples were sent over, Desos's joy turned into coldness. It was indeed a gorgeous armor that was as beautiful as a work of art. It was heavy, yet beautiful. The spikes that were spread out were obviously not for the sake of beauty. The cold air around it made one feel the scent of magic. But the equipment was melting and the surroundings were filled with water. Isn't this an ice sculpture? Why is it an equipment? Based on the information that the other party sent over, the armor of the Aurora Knight is made of special ice. We have tested it, and before the special magic dissipates, the hardness of the ice armor is actually 3 times that of our Missler alloy. However, its mass is only 1/4 of our Missler alloy. As for the Aurora Knight's mount, it is a spiritual creature known as the Frigid Nightmare. The information clearly states that they have signed a contract with the Mist bloodline. Every 20 years, they will provide a batch of young Aurora Knight as their mount. This kind of accumulation can be accumulated. Over the past 300 years, they have probably accumulated quite a lot. That is to say, the Donglan Principality has at least 1 trump card, the Knight Core. In an instant, Desos came to a realization. This was a show of goodwill as well as a display of strength. The ice armor and spiritual mount of the Aurora Knight were obviously a specialty of the northern lands. They might not even be able to leave their homeland, but if they were to be invaded by a war, no wonder the Allied army formed by more than 10 countries back then suffered heavy losses. Will this ice armor and blueprint be of any help to us? Extremely. Even though there are many flaws, this is probably the pinnacle of what humans can achieve. As long as we can digest these theories, our White Wolf Guard will be able to take another step forward. Who knows, we might even be able to give birth to a new type of troop that is at least Tier 3. Nodding his head, Desos hesitated for a moment before coming to a conclusion. Give her the information on all the troops other than the White Wolf Guard and promise to give her the information on the White Wolf Guard 3 years later. Also, express sufficient goodwill to open up trade and trade. Right? Give those 3 dwarves a better treatment. The reappearance of the Gemini star might allow the Donglan Principality to rise once more. Right? Help me ask her if she is willing to have dinner with me. Not long later, while rejecting that embarrassing invitation, I looked at the present that Desos sent over and smiled in satisfaction. The Aurora Knight does exist, and it is the main force of the Mist Kingdom's Royal Knight Order. However, it is a pity that the altar of the contract with the Frigid Maw tribe is located in the coldest land, the Northern Lands. Currently, it isn't even in the territory of the Mist Kingdom, so it isn't an easy task to bring it back to the world. Actually, this ice armor is a fake product that the Queen of Banshees and I created together. The real extreme chill heavy armor requires the help of the power of Frigid Maw, so it isn't so easy to melt it. In order to prevent the wearer from being frozen into an ice cube, it is necessary to sign a contract with this cold attribute soul creature. The real Aurora Knight is indeed a Tier 4 powerful troop, but in order to fulfill the requirements of the contract, the wearer must be a Tier 3 pinnacle powerful knight. To the other races, the pinnacle of silver rank doesn't mean much. However, to the humans, this is already the pinnacle that mortals may never reach in their entire lives. This is also the reason why the Aurora Knight is unable to become a regular unit. However, if a war were to break out, as long as I have 100 Aurora Knights on hand, I wouldn't even bother with 1,000 White Wolf Guards. Of course, with the speed of producing 100 frigid nightmares every 20 years, the Aurora Knight Order has never been full. However, just thinking about the 300 years of not fulfilling the contract, there are at least 1,500 frigid nightmares waiting for the summons of the knights in the Northern Lands. I can't help but feel tempted to send my troops to take back that lost territory. As for the information that I provided to the Ottoman Empire, I don't think that they would be able to create the Aurora Knight with just these things alone. The weapon information that they exchanged for could improve the alchemy and industry in Donglan, which has fallen behind this era by nearly 200 years. This is the most important thing. Besides, since I have slapped him in the face, it is time to give him some benefits. The contract isn't omnipotent. It isn't a good thing to completely stand on the opposite side of the Ottoman Empire. The most troublesome enemies are always those whose stances are unclear. On the contrary, it would be easier to deal with them if they really stand on the opposing side. At this moment, I don't have the time to bother about such trivial matters. The group of knight lads in front of me are full of energy, but they are obviously living like princes. Not long after the training started, they are already full of complaints. Hold on for me. After we finish the final training, there will be dinner. Without a doubt, the scene in front of me is a tragedy. Under the pursuit of a pack of wild dogs, the young knight whose hands are tied are squeezing out the last of their stamina to escape from the tiger's mouth. On the other side, Diana is supervising Princess Renee's swordsmanship training. Every single strike of her sword is methodical. The frigid nightmare is indeed a unique product of the Northern Lands. However, it is a kind of soul being. When the knight that lives together with it dies in battle, if the frigid nightmare doesn't choose to return to the snowy mountain, it will fall into a long slumber. Most of the time, it will reside within the relics of the knight. If such relics were to meet a suitable knight, it is possible for the sleeping soul being to awaken and turn it into a new Aurora Knight. If the new generation of knight is related to the old knight by blood, the chances of them being recognized will increase greatly. This is also the only way for the Aurora Knight group to expand its membership outside of the usual supply. I still have quite a few relics of such knight in my hands. Initially, I didn't intend to take them out, But after hearing from Kelly that there are quite a few royal knights who are escorting the royal family here, I was tempted. 5 of them are at the pinnacle of silver, and the rest are just at the pinnacle of silver and bronze. This won't do at all. Even though I lack fighting prowess at the moment, if I want to become a glorious Aurora Knight, just relying on my bloodline isn't enough. If you want to inherit the strength and glory of your ancestors, you must at least show me your ambition. At the very least, you must prove that your life is tough enough. Thus, these few days, the knight's luck is really bad. After the physical endurance limit test, the expected lunch didn't arrive. Instead, a new test is right in front of us. Yawn! Big sis, stop splashing water. We have caught a cold. There's no cure for a cold in the summer. However, after getting my permission, Momo doesn't hesitate and splashes another bottle of ice water. In an instant, the faces of the 2 youngsters turn pale. Their eyes roll back and they faint. Then, someone pulls them over and paw them to wake them up before throwing them into the ice pool again. The sight before me is really unbearable. Kelly walks over stealthily and whispers in my ear. Sitting on the tip of a blade, stepping on charcoal fire, chasing after people like a wild dog. Now, they're drenched in sweat, yet they immediately soak in ice water. Is this training method really correct? I only see these children hovering between life and death, but I don't see them improving. Back then, Ferdinand didn't train like this. No matter how they train, in the end, they will still be forced to surpass their own limits. After they hover between life and death a few times, they will break through. Don't worry, back then, I received the purest Royal Knight training. She nods her head in disbelief. However, just as she turns around and takes a few steps, she seems to have thought of something and hurriedly runs back. I was almost fooled by you. Back then, you became a holy knight at the age of 10. How could you have received the complete Royal Knight training? At the very most, I only taught you the basics of swordsmanship. Don't worry, I am a legend-rank teacher who taught a semi-god. My teaching method isn't any worse than the traditional one. You can rest assured. Look, didn't Renee break through to bronze rank under my training? Renee's inexplicable breakthrough is indeed great news and an extremely convincing fact. Kelly doesn't say anything else. What she doesn't know is that I am also filled with doubts at this moment. Why isn't she breaking through yet? Didn't that fellow Adam break through for no reason? Why don't we try meditating under the waterfall? Fight until we are half dead to understand the universe, and tie weights that are heavier than our body weight to test our perseverance. Let's do it one by one. As long as we don't die, we will break through one day. Oh right, bungee jumping is said to be a kind of stimulation to one's potential. There is also the extreme hunger training. I might as well stop them from having dinner for 10 days. One day, Anne asks Adam why Adam didn't teach her personally, but let her travel alone to train in actual combat after teaching her the basic techniques. At that time, Adam hesitated for a long time before replying, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. I really don't know how to teach you. If we were to use the method we used back then, I think that if you aren't a cockroach, you probably won't be able to survive. Oh, right? Don't ever look for your Uncle Bones to learn martial arts. Also, when he says that word, don't hesitate. Run as far as you can. That word. It's new idea. At this moment, I have a brilliant idea. Jan, who's talking about me? That's right, little ones. I have a new idea. Let's try to race the horses. You can tie yourselves to the horses and then give them a blow. Let the horses run with you. What? Afraid that you can't keep up? If you can't keep up, just drag it on the ground a few times and you should be able to catch up quickly. Back then, that fool and I used velociraptors. They're much faster than warhorses. It is hard to find velociraptors here, so let's make do with warhorses. We will die, we will definitely die. But it is a pity that the princess has already handed them over to this demon. No matter what, we can only follow to the end. Oh right, I have another good idea. I heard that a tattoo on the chest can stimulate one's potential. Why don't we give it a try? Some years later, whenever the first batch of Aurora Night recalls the past, their faces would be filled with tears, and the moment the word instructor is mentioned, they would tremble reflexively. Some of them would mysteriously carry snacks on them. Some would shiver at the sight of dark elves and ice. Some would mysteriously catch a cold in the summer and recover in the winter. Among the strongest group of Elder Knights, the most incredible thing was the tattoos on their chests. Some of them had tattoos of a tiger, some of them had tattoos of a long-nosed elephant, and most of them had tattoos of 7 inexplicable scars. You are already dead. I have no regrets in my life. This is their battle cry that makes their enemies feel despair. The confidence and fearlessness of death in it makes this battle cry become a role model for future generations of Night Knights. In this era where there is a lack of entertainment, especially for commoners, a wandering circus comes to a village, sets up tents, beats gongs and drums, and distributes flyers. That is the town's festival, and it is the happiest time for the children. But for a circus, the roads between towns are often not safe. Furthermore, the daily work is hard, and rich merchants and nobles disdain circus performances for being vulgar. The trend of entertainment focusing on commoners doesn't make much money, so it is often difficult to retain talents. Thus, the history of a normal circus is not long, and it is common to see them disband after 3 to 5 years. Even if they occasionally become popular because of a novel and interesting program, due to the solidification of the business model, they will fall into a predicament in the future and eventually disband. The Fire Dragon Circus is an old circus with a history of 100 years, and just like other once popular stars, it also ushered in its own decline. This time, they were invited to perform in a circus at the enthronement ceremony. This is a good opportunity to become a big circus. If they become famous because of this, they might become a permanent troupe of a certain theater, or a team hired by a great noble for a long time. Then, they would be able to get rid of the shackles of a wandering circus and completely go ashore. But just as everyone was happily planning for the future, they inexplicably encountered an unexpected disaster. First, the original leader and star trapeze artist, Singloa, was inexplicably seriously injured in training. Then, a series of training accidents occurred, causing the circus to be temporarily unable to operate. Seeing that the enthronement ceremony was imminent, the competitors, the Federo Circus, and the Flying Wings Song and Dance Troupe came to poach them. 2 of the original 3 pillars were poached, and the remaining Siren Beast Tamer caused a lot of trouble for the circus. Seeing that they can't even perform normally, and the family circus that has been passed down for 3 generations was about to disband, the seriously injured Asingloa almost couldn't take it anymore and directly died. And before he completely fainted, he passed on the responsibility of leader to the immature little Milo. But unfortunately, even though little Milo is working hard to maintain the family business, even though the old members are working hard to perform and taking the initiative to reduce their salaries, the day of disbandment is still uncontrollably approaching day by day. But today is a joyous day. There is actually a rich man who proposed to sponsor the Fire Dragon Circus. Little Milo is simply overjoyed. "Hello, honorable lady, may I know your name? Are you married? Oh, that's great. Can I have dinner with you tonight?" Just as he walked into the large pool, he heard a vigorous voice. Milo frowned. Although the Siren Tracy is the pillar of his circus, her natural charm has also caused a lot of trouble for his circus. "Dear customer, the circus is not open now. Please don't pester the members." Ah, just as he approached, the scene in front of him is very puzzling. The beautiful siren is in a daze at the side, and a half-dragon is chatting with a seal. And at the same time, a blonde holy knight walks over with a smile. "Good day, Lord Milo. I am Roland. There are some things I would like to discuss with you. This concerns a large sum of gold coins. Are you interested?" Chapter 98. A white fox walks out from the shadows. Its stomach rumbles with hunger. It hasn't found any prey for a few days now. The reason? He, who is covered in precious fur, has met with huge trouble recently. He and his tribesmen have met with the most dangerous enemy. Bang! I found my prey. All right. Following the sound of a dwarf's gun, a certain white fox suddenly falls to the ground. A short figure walks out from behind a tree. His entire body is covered in weeds. He seems to be in high spirits, obviously excited about this rare prey. But what follows after is the earth-shattering sound of sirens and sirens. You have guts to actually dare to poach in Count Karlach's private estate. Last time, you killed the Count's beloved ass-wolf dog. Today, you dare to hunt the Countess's favorite snow fox. You are courting death. All right. Following the angry roar are over 100 furious guards. Caught for poaching? That marksman? Originally, I intended to come to the Fire Dragon Circus alone today. But before I could even walk out of the door, I met the Draken who was getting ready to set off. Thank you for your care recently. I'm afraid that I will have to leave for a period of time. To be honest, hearing Beifing's words of farewell, my mood was as though I had eaten 2 caddies of apples in one go. I felt like starting a band in my heart. No matter how high I get, it just wouldn't end. You are leaving? That's great. Cough, cough, what a pity. Being stared at by Cassio's resentful eyes, I had no choice but to change my words. And there is a grudge that I have to settle. Putting on his windproof cloak, the Draken intends to head out, but Cassio stops him. Big brother, if you have an enemy, just tell me. I will help you. Aren't you treating me as an outsider by going alone? Aren't you treating me as a brother? Casey, it is precisely because I treat you as a brother that I want to drag you into this. This is my personal grudge. There's no need to say any more. I have already made up my mind. I am already clear about the grudge between HHA and that organization. Initially, I was biased towards HDA, but after interacting with you these few days, I realized the value of life. So, I chose that organization. She listened for a long time, but did not understand. But the newspaper on the table seemed to be the culprit. The ace hunter of HHA, Happy Hunting Association, Lawman's Copperhammer, will be performing his ultimate skill of shooting arrows at the Fire Dragon Circus. All hunters are welcome to come and watch the scenery and exchange hunting experiences. No, absolutely not. It's enough that there's only me in this world. If you join the Benevolence Association, you'll be laughed at by all the hunters. Are you mocking me? Ha ha. Big brother, didn't you tell me before that as long as I walk on the path that I think is correct, ridicule and contempt are just decorations for the ignorant? Big brother, don't say any more. I'm going to join the Benevolence Association. I'll accept this grudge. Since you have this determination, I won't say anything else. Come, let's work hard together for a better tomorrow for cute little animals. Ignoring the increasingly gay scene in front of me, I soon realized what had happened. The Benevolence Association is the abbreviation of the Benevolent Droll Association for Animals. In most countries, they are an unwelcome rabid dog organization, just like the Celestial Tower. As mentioned before, the occupation of droll is innately connected to terrorists. The Benevolence Association is one of the most prominent among them. Their aim is even more radical than the Wild Bull alliances against clothes, advocating returning to the origin. What they advocate is that all animals should have the same rights as intelligent beings. It sounds beautiful, but thinking about it, when the chickens and ducks you eat have the same rights as you, in the eyes of the Benevolence Association, wouldn't the existence of eating meat be equivalent to murderers? All right, towards murderers, the Benevolence Association will tell you what is called the wrath of nature. Without a doubt, this is a scam. Can you imagine a certain citizen eating meat and drinking alcohol in public, only to be sentenced to death by the Benevolence Association? Thus, when a portion of their members injure others in public, causing huge trouble, the Benevolence Association becomes extremely unpopular. Of course, such extremists are the minority within the Benevolence Association. Most of the members of the Benevolence Association are still able to tolerate other people eating meat for the sake of survival. However, when it comes to hunting that exceeds the limits of food consumption, they are absolutely unable to tolerate it. Thus, the natural enemy of the Benevolence Association is the HHA, an organization that carries out hunting activities for fun. Most of its members are outstanding hunters, and their goal is to challenge powerful or rare creatures. Due to the clash of ideologies between the two organizations, they have become mortal enemies in the long history of the HHA. At this point, I am completely shocked. It is one thing for a hunter like Bei Feng to not join the HHA, but for him to actually join the Benevolence Association where most of its members are droll. What is he trying to do? Not only did he join, he even affected Cassio, who is also an archer, to join as well. This is too ridiculous. All right, end of reminiscing. Since our destination is the same, naturally we are walking together. The moment we arrive, Bei Feng is astonished to find out that his mortal enemy has been locked up in the royal prison for poaching. What is even more surprising is that he actually takes the initiative to ask for a way to save him. I have a grudge against that Lawman's. My close lover died under his gun. We have already crossed hands 6 times, with 3 wins and 3 losses. Since we meet once again on the surface, perhaps it is time for us to settle everything. Even if he is destined to be punished for his many evils, I should be the one to personally carry out this divine vengeance and end his sinful life. I won't comment on why your close lover died under the gun of Hunter, but looking at how moved you are, Cassio, I really don't know how I should comment on you. Draken, you should be the Bei Feng. Heralt, that Lawman's mentioned before. This is the first time I have met a man who completely disregards me. You are not bad. Siren Tracy does have the qualifications to say such words. Sirens are the symbol of beauty in myths and legends. The romantic affairs between sirens, sailors, and heroes are the undying classics of the bar. The Tracy in front of me is tall and elegant. Her pretty face is filled with a charming aura. Her green scales and dim yellow pupils do not detract from her beauty in the slightest. On the contrary, it adds a hint of exotic charm to her. Her slightly strange, vibrating voice has an indescribable allure to it. Sirens are creatures that possess a natural charm. Their singing is able to cause ships to lose their way and cause young sailors to jump into the sea. It is no wonder that she is able to become the most important pillar of the circus. Looking at Cassio's sneaking glances at her from time to time, the icy beauty Tracy is indeed full of charm. Furthermore, this young centaur has yet to walk too far down the wrong path in life. Lawman's mentioned me before? What did he say? Are you sure you want me to say it here? There seems to be a child in front of us. The giggling Tracy was indescribably seductive. Cassio was unable to tear his eyes away from her cleavage, while Bei Feng's gaze was still on the seal lady. If I were to allow Bei Feng to continue pestering me endlessly, there would be no need for me to do anything. Thus, I directly took over the conversation and asked about serious matters. See God's blessing? I do have the ability, and I've even upgraded it before. I can turn 10 non-swimmers into swimming masters who can breathe underwater. But using this ability takes a lot out of me. Why should I help you? All right, what followed was undoubtedly the time to haggle. Initially, I thought that as long as I spent some money to help the Fire Dragon Circus out of its predicament, it would be enough. However, I didn't expect that the siren's way of thinking is different from humans right from the start. She doesn't care about the circus at all. The reason why she is staying here is because of her promise to the previous leader, and also because it is convenient for her to live in the human world with this identity. Unlike the mermaids who have a good reputation, the siren is famous for being fickle and cunning. The reason why she rejected the poaching of the other circus without hesitation is because the benefits that humans are willing to pay are nothing in her eyes, and she finds it troublesome to change locations. At this moment, since someone has a request for her, it is impossible to get the siren to work for them without paying a price. 2 things. Help me deal with a person and help me save a person. If you agree, I will help you. The person who will save the person is that Lawman's? Who is the person you want to deal with? Lawmans is an old friend of mine. He was invited here to help me. It is indeed unjustifiable for me to send him to jail. A hateful person who doesn't know his place. He seems to be one of the nobles among you humans, a foolish weakling. This guest, the circus is currently closed. Please do not pester the members of the circus. Perhaps our conversation attracted the attention of others. The leader of the Fire Dragon Circus, Milo, actually appeared. Initially, since we had already come to an agreement privately, it has nothing to do with the circus. However, considering that this circus can perform during the enthronement ceremony, I might be able to play some tricks on it. Thus, I decided to take over the circus. However, what surprised me was that there was someone who was one step ahead of me. Lord Knight, Lord Count Karlach, has already invested in the circus. He will be coming here to inspect today. Count Karlach? For some reason, this name sounds familiar. Tracy whispers into my ear. The person I want to deal with is that person. He is annoying and annoying. As long as you save Lawmans and stop that fellow from pestering me, the blessing of the sea god is just a small matter. I hesitated. Saving someone is just a convenience, and it isn't a big deal. However, it isn't worth it to offend a count in the capital of the Ottoman Empire. Rather than going around in circles, it seems that it would be faster to suppress this siren directly. I would like to see who it is, to see who dares to snatch my woman. Just as I was about to reject him, an arrogant voice comes from outside the door. For some reason, I find this voice familiar. After a few seconds, a panting fatty walks in from outside the door. Who dares to snatch the woman I have my eyes on? I was wondering why this name sounds familiar. So, it is an old acquaintance. It is the Count with broken eggs. It is obviously Count with broken eggs. No matter what, he is still a Count. You must be polite. Count with half an egg, have you eaten? To think that you can flirt with women. The priest you found isn't bad. All right, ignoring the steel-faced Count who doesn't dare to flare up, I turn my gaze towards the astonished Tracy. We have agreed to the conditions. Let's postpone the matter of saving someone for now. We need your help first. I want to become a mage. In the end, I want to become the disciple of a true mage. If you are able to help me achieve this, I will give you the sword that my grandfather left behind. When I found Cain's granddaughter, I didn't know how to persuade this young lady who was born in a knight family who yearned for the path of a mage. Knight? My grandfather is a knight under the direct command of the royal family. Furthermore, he is a famous legend, holy knight. In the end, what did he get? My old man put his life on the line for the royal family just to restore my grandfather's honor. In the end, he died on the battlefield. What did I get? Just the worn-out weapons and armor that my grandfather left behind? Cain's son, Slaysock Soria, in order to restore his father's honor, stepped onto the path of a knight. Back then, the royal family was impressed by the loyalty of the Soria family. Thus, they passed the weapons and armor that Cain used to Slaysock. However, before Slaysock could achieve his goal of restoring his father's honor, a new war broke out. In the end, what returned to the Soria family was only the armor and swords of the two knights. Do you want it or not? If it wasn't for the fact that you helped me pay for my school fees, I wouldn't even be discussing this deal with you. No matter how I look at it, it is an antique left behind by a legend. At the very least, I can sell it for a little more money. Recalling Cain's Valkyrie, I couldn't help but shake my head. I can understand Kathleen's thoughts. After all, the seniors who pursued the path of a knight didn't end up well. Even if they used to be a knight family, it is understandable for the younger generation to want to change their path. However, to the older generation, it is a little too cruel for the armor and weapons that are the symbol of a knight's honor to be sold off as an antique. Uncle, your equipment isn't too bad. You should have some connections. Introduce me to a mage. A silver rank mage would suffice. If it really isn't possible, a bronze rank mage would do as well. This request isn't too high. However, as the successor of the legend Holy Knight family, is there something wrong with her? Indeed, I can introduce her to a mage. The law incantation user who followed Kolos from the church is a gold rank mage. He would definitely satisfy her request. However, at this moment, compared to the swift sword who is a woman but is wholeheartedly trying to restore her family's honor, I don't really feel like introducing her. Give me your arm and relax. Kathleen does as I say, and the information that comes along with it makes me click my tongue in wonder. Kathleen Soria. Race half-elf. Job LV-14 alchemist. Strength 9 agility, 11 stamina, 8 intelligence, 14 will, 12 charm, 14. Racial talents. None. Everything else is normal. However, her identity as a half-elf speaks volumes. In the end, Slythox still managed to find an elf wife and a half-elf daughter. Even if he died in battle at a young age, he could still be considered a winner in life. Furthermore, half-elves are born with low strength and weak physique, so they aren't suitable for the path of a knight. Looking at the bun that intentionally covers her ears, recalling the laws of the nobles in this country, I more or less understand what is going on. Half-elf, if I can help you resolve your natural weakness, are you willing to become a knight? After saying that, Kathleen immediately covers her ears and takes 2 steps back in shock. She was initially confident in her disguise, but she didn't expect that she would be exposed the moment they met. Cuff, don't worry. I know that if your identity as a half-elf were to be exposed, you would lose your title in the human kingdom. I am definitely not threatening you. And think about it. If you are willing to sign a contract with me to become a sorceress, if you are willing to become a knight, look for me. I will introduce you to a decent knight teacher. At the very least, your future won't be an insult to the glorious name of the Soria family. Of course, if you still insist on the path of a mage in the end, I will also introduce you to a gold rank mage. However, that would be purely a transaction. Don't count on it for the subsequent 3 packs. Chapter 99. In the pitch-black night, a black shadow is running. Sometimes he crawls on the walls using ropes, sometimes he leaps on the roof beams, and sometimes he passes through the pitch-black waterways. When the citizens look towards the source of the sound, they can only see the flapping of the black cape. The sentries that are stationed every 10 steps are meaningless to him. The fatal taps and spikes make him laugh. The patrolling guards are just decorations in his eyes. The high-bred hunting dogs with steel braces. Yep, this has indeed attracted his attention. The tall and straight curves almost make him forget about his mission. Yep, he is the justice of the night, the nemesis of evil, the undying hero, Batman. Cough, I almost made a cameo. Yep, that's right, he is the legendary beast hero Bayfong. Hurl. At this moment, when Bayfong nears the inner layer of the prison, he immediately puts on the sewer cloak and transforms into a mouse. Then he swaggers into the prison. The security of the Ottoman royal prison is tight. On the sturdy walls, the Eye of Truth is patrolling. Illusions and stealth are unable to hide from it. On top of the towering mage tower, there is no lack of guards who take turns to watch the situation. However, as a legendary item, the transformation of the sewer cloak is a complete transformation of the physical body. The user's cell structure is completely transformed into a mouse. This isn't something that can be detected by a detection spell that hasn't even reached the 6th circle. To find out the difference between him and a real mouse, the only way is to check his soul. As expected, there is no reaction at all, even after a few consecutive spiritual lights sweep past. However, the guardian animals that the prison has reared have noticed this intruder. Aha, look at my mouse karate. You newbies can't even compare to my 4 tortoise students. You actually dare to challenge me. You are courting death. After transforming, the Beastmaster Hunter's natural aura of intimacy with animals is ineffective. However, facing a strong enemy, the mouse actually stands up and performs a set of magnificent techniques. After a series of punches and kicks, the attacking cats and hunting dogs are all knocked unconscious. That pitiful falcon has even lost more than half of its feathers, like a featherless chicken. In the end, it can only run away with its tail between its legs. However, what is surprising is that none of the animals are injured at all. He moves forward, countering every move that comes his way. The dangerous prison is like a flat land outside, unable to stop his footsteps. Very quickly he found his target. That Da Vinci. When he heard us singing, his face turned red in anger. What, not Da Vinci? Oh, come to think of it, his name was Darwin. Not really? Humph, who cares what his name is? In any case, he is just a foolish ruler who is jealous of the virtuous. That's right. Let us toast to this foolish ruler's generosity. Cheers to the foolish king's generosity. I remember he was called Uncle Darwin. Cheers. Who cares what his name is? We've already scolded him so much, but he still sends us good food and drinks. Is he born to like being scolded? How well said. Cheers to Darwin, who likes to be scolded. Desos was kind enough to increase the treatment of these political prisoners, but it seemed that they did not appreciate it. They enjoyed the good wine and meat, and scolded those who should be scolded. The glasses clashed, and beer foam with a strong aroma of alcohol splattered on the ground, causing the prisoners in the surrounding cages to sigh and drool in pity. However, no one dared to say anything. When they first entered, the prisoners intended to use this opportunity to threaten these dwarves to hand over their rations. However, after a friendly exchange, they knew that these dwarves were not to be trifled with. However, the sudden appearance of a black mouse caused the bustling scene to pause for a moment. Then the three of them drank their wine in silence and lay down to sleep. But in Hoyle's ears, the secret meeting was still going on. Has the date been confirmed? The day of that foolish emperor's coronation? Indeed, most of the combat forces should be on guard during the coronation ceremony. We can indeed cause a huge ruckus. This is our roll-in number 88's control device. Ha! With this, we can directly tear down the walls and escape. Escape point? How thoughtful of the arrangements. Lamans? Oh, that gray-haired shield dwarf. I got it. We will bring him out. The password is Autobots transform and set off. How incomprehensible. However, we got it. As long as we hear this password, we will cause a huge ruckus. Hee, this time we must let that foolish emperor know that even an old dog has two teeth. Dwarves may be short, but if he really angers us, we can still jump up and smash his knees. Pale Justice Attack Power. 20 to 25 grade, Epic, High, two-handed sword user requirement. Strength 12+, Holy Night Job Ultimate Holy Flame. Deals 30 points of silver flame damage to chaos creatures. 5 points of silver flame damage to normal life forms. Perfect Courage. Immune to fear type, death type magic, and innate abilities. The user will always be in a state of high fighting spirit. This effect can be shared with 3-party members' advanced protection from evil. Reduces the damage dealt by chaos creatures by 10 points Judgment of Justice. Activates the power of judgment bestowed by the soul gem. After the holy sword hits a chaos creature, it will be judged. If the other party doesn't pass the judgment, it will be completely destroyed. Duration, 10 minutes. Usage, 3 times per day. The silver holy sword in front of me radiates a thin silver light, but it carries the holy light of order. After regaining its original body, this holy sword has truly returned to its original form. Although this holy sword is still unable to reach legendary tier, as long as it is used against undead, demons, and other chaos creatures, it is basically a god equipment. Of course, if the opponent is a normal human, then it might as well be an excellent tier weapon. What I can foresee is that there will be no lack of undead and demons among my opponents, so I am extremely satisfied with it. But it is a pity that the enemies I am facing now don't belong to that category. Damn it! Why are there fishmen in the river? And sea beasts? Diving alone. I intended to dive into the underwater base to investigate, but I didn't expect to meet with enemies. If it wasn't for that cat's timely reminder, I might have been pierced through by a whalebone underwater. But now I am surrounded by fishmen wielding weapons, and there is even a demon shark swimming in the water. Behind the demon shark, there are actually two middle-level water elementals preparing their magic. Probably the moment I entered the water, I was targeted by the sea folk. Unknowingly, I fell into the trap set up by the other party. Could it be that the Ottoman Empire can bribe the sea folk to guard the waters? No, that is definitely impossible. It is impossible for the sea folk to listen to the commands of humans. Then, Alos. Yes, that is the only possibility. The ancient water elemental god Alos. Legend has it that she is the wife of the ancient sea god Stonevilla. Going by seniority, she is the ancestor of the current sea god Oswile. Just like the unlucky fire elemental god Erlabes, she is also sealed in a seal on an island. But judging from the speed of the rise of the magic wave, it is obvious that she has been released. And the ones who are able to do this are most likely the sea folk. In the whispers of the demons, the various countries were attacked by the tribes and elemental descendants under the command of the ancient elemental gods. Looking at the current situation, it is obvious that the one the Ottoman Empire has to face is the water elemental god Alos. There should still be another 2 years before the elemental calamity. There isn't this part in the history. Forget it. I should think of a way to return first before thinking about it. The fishmen who are drooling at me with their mouths wide open aren't in a hurry. They circle around me and provoke me with their spears, but they don't start a decisive battle. It is as though they are a pack of wild wolves hunting for a bull, patiently waiting for their prey to show signs of fatigue and weakness. The silver sacred sword can still be used underwater, but judging from the previous exchange, my physical strength isn't even a third of what it is on land. Furthermore, if I were to fight with my full strength, I definitely wouldn't be able to hold my breath. If I don't think of a way to catch my breath, I might just die for no reason. And if I were to insist on escaping and reveal an opening, the whale bones with chains attached to them would probably turn me into prey. The barbed fishing net would also make me unable to move. Imagining the scene of me being stabbed with dozens of fish bones and harpoons, I can't help but shiver. To fight with the sea folk underwater, no matter how I look at it, it seems foolish. I can only try that trump card of mine. Thus, I sheathe my sword and smile at the fishmen who thought that their prey had given up hope and surrounded me. Incarnation of the sinful demon god. Endless magic power goes berserk. My chaos bloodline causes blue lightning to run amok in my veins. My originally white skin turns into a layer of boiling magma. The flowing blood turns into the surrounding seawater, which evaporates continuously. My green eyes become the focal point of lightning. On my arms and chest, magic runes start to appear mysteriously. At this moment, the Queen of Banshees has already turned into a pitch-black magic sword and is currently enhancing my magic power. The ice magic power causes the surroundings of the sword to start to freeze. Circle of ice. Placing my palms together, the ice magic power instantly erupts. Under the enhancement of my chaos bloodline, the initial 15-meter radius of the circle of ice doubles. Under the water, a flower of ice blooms with me as the core. The ice crystals start to spread under the water. As long as any sea folk touches the ice, they will be stuck and frozen. Freezing breath. The original two-circle magic, frost breath, turns into the more lethal freezing breath. Following the growth of the ice, the freezing breath causes the water to suddenly turn cold. A few seconds later, the eyes of the fishmen who are still able to struggle roll back and they freeze to death. The water elemental who is slightly closer to me even starts to crack. This horrifying scene causes the sea folk at the edge to retreat hurriedly. As for me, I don't have the leisure to look at my spoils of war. My magic skills are too lousy. Even with the enhancement of my chaos bloodline, I still need to chant incantations when using magic. The moment I open my mouth just now, cough, 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 cough. The moment I climb out of the water, I feel my entire throat convulsing. I can't stop coughing, almost coughing out my stomach juice. Cough, cough. I drank a lot of water. I almost died just like that. This way of dying is too embarrassing. Clang! A fishbone smashes fiercely on my back. Although I feel a slight pain on my back, the whalebone fishbone is broken. With the Titan's torso, which is comparable to an invisible armor, the spears of the fishmen are obviously not as lethal as they were underwater. When I look angrily at the fishmen on the surface of the water, realizing that their weapons are ineffective, they are already frightened to the point of surfacing. The weakness that I felt after transforming makes me feel indescribably uncomfortable. The river water that I drank makes me feel nauseous. It takes a moment for me to recover. But at this moment, I realize that a bigger problem is waiting for me. After transforming into the original Sin Demon God, my body expands by whole size. The high-temperature lava on the surface of my body isn't just for show. Furthermore, the frost damages my clothes, so destroy all the clothes that I brought with me. I am not Shueti. Do I really have to run back naked? Yes, at this moment, I am really envious of those mystical superheroes in my previous life. I don't know how they are able to keep their clothes intact after an intense battle. Those who are still able to keep their underwear after transforming into a gigantic form are even more enviable, especially a certain Hulk who can transform into a 2 to 3 meter tall muscular tank from time to time. Yet his boxers are still as firm as before. After a long silence, I finally squeeze out a question that has no morals at all. Heloise, can you turn into underwear? Go and die. You just asked me to turn into underwear. I will turn into a pair of scissor underwear with blades and make you a eunuch. All right, considering the authenticity of Heloise's threat and the safety of my little brother, after contemplating for a moment, I finally give up on this brilliant idea. Finally, I thought of an idea that isn't really an idea that can reduce the degree of embarrassment to the minimum. Half an hour later, a black carriage passing by the embankment of the river is stopped by a cute little child. The little boy only has a leaf wrapped around his private parts. His entire body is dripping wet, but he is carrying a silver greatsword. That, Uncle, can you bring me along? The weather is too hot, so I went for a swim. In the end, the tide rose and my clothes were washed away. Can you bring me to the church of the God of Law? I hold the greatsword in one hand and cover my private parts with the other. Even if I don't look at myself in the mirror, just by looking at my burning face, I am definitely blushing from embarrassment. If it isn't for the fact that fainting would be even more embarrassing, I really want to fall into a deep sleep. Uft. The moment a certain princess pops her head out of the carriage, she bursts into laughter. Hee hee. Roland, this reminds me of you when you were young. You were also so mischievous and loved to play with water. Do you still remember the days when Big Sister Kelly helped you bathe? Back then, you were also naked like this. Kelly, who is covering her mouth and giggling, that's enough. Since you are an older sister, don't you know that you shouldn't look at indecent things? Please don't stare down there anymore. Of course you can. Rolo, let Momo hug you. Someone hurry up and take care of this drooling, mysterious creature. Hey, don't get touchy. Don't touch, don't flick, and don't pull. Even a little kid has chastity. Lord, so the important matter you were talking about is swimming naked in the summer. Although I don't want to criticize your hobbies, it is best for you to wear underwear next time. Also, you are indeed a core member of the Gentleman Alliance. All right, Diana, you win. As long as you stop peeking at me, I will admit to everything. I have nothing to say about the Gentleman Alliance. At this moment, I finally see the mist emblem on the carriage, clearly. I waited for 2.5 hours, my hair dizzy from the scorching sun. Yet, I ended up waiting for Renee and her group, who had just returned from a trip. Obviously, this is another murder case caused by the Star of Misfortune. How unfortunate. To think that I would have to run naked. Darned sea folk, I will never forgive you. Chapter 100. It was already pitch black outside, but I was still deep in thought under the lampstand. I didn't know how to put down the pen that I had been holding for a long time. In the end, I sighed and started writing. Respected Sir Ferdinand, long time no see. I wonder if everything is going smoothly in Sulphur Mountain City. 300 years have passed, and a large number of inheritances and secret arts have been lost in the flames of war. The current Mist Royal Knight Order can't even be considered as a third-rate force. Perhaps our ancestors were a little too unqualified. I have already come to an agreement with the current generation of Mist descendants to provide some instructors to guide those newbies. After much consideration, I can only rely on you for this matter. Please bring Great Sword Saint Fade, Lucas. The young knight has already come to their senses. To the famous ancestors of the Valkyrie, there's no need to be too concerned about their identity as undead. They just need to be more careful on the road. Since I was writing a letter to my elders, I spent quite a bit of effort on it. Actually, the content was quite simple. I just wanted to send a group of instructors from the Red Hunting Hounds to the Donglan Principality. However, if it wasn't for my personal letter inviting them, old Ferdinand, who felt guilty towards his hometown, would probably never step foot on that icy plains again. But without a doubt, even though he had turned into a skeleton knight, old Ferdinand was still the most suitable general to train new recruits. Perhaps, other than battle techniques, he might be able to impart something more important, such as the experience of 100 battles, tactics and unyielding willpower, such as the spirit of the army represented by that war flag. I look forward to the day when the drums of war sound once more. The young knight will be able to shoulder the glory and responsibility left behind by our ancestors. This matter has to be carried out by you. I sincerely look forward to the day when we meet again in the land of ice and snow. The other letter was much simpler. There was no need to think about the wording at all, and it was straightforward. Donglan has already established the faith of the God of Law as the national religion. It won't make sense for you to hide. You don't need a pope, a complete legal system, a complete church of a true God. This is an opportunity. Once it succeeds, the spread of the faith of law will be saved for decades or even centuries. This is a gamble worth betting on. With the banner of the true God, I don't believe that anyone will dare to stop you from going to Donglan. Using the name of the Church of the true God of law, the strength I have in my hands can finally be revealed to the world. From a certain perspective, after making this huge bet, when I put down the chips in my hands one by one, I can be considered to be sharing the same fate as the East Mist communal country. The matter regarding the national religion came much earlier than I expected. From a certain standpoint, this was both an opportunity and a challenge. If Donglan were to soar into the sky, the Church of Law would rise along with it. If Donglan were to be destroyed, just like that, fine, we could still return to the underground. I sealed the 2 letters with beeswax. After thinking for a moment, I wrote another letter to Adam, who I didn't know was there. When I was done with everything, the last letter that I really didn't want to write, but I had no choice but to put it on the table. Dasos, it seems that you and your country have met with a huge problem. If you don't handle this properly, the Ottoman Empire will become history. Perhaps you think that I am just trying to scare you, but I will have to start from a bunch of fishmen. Indeed, I didn't expect that the ambush on me would lead to so many schemes and troubles. I will have to start from when I returned during the day. At that time, I wore a borrowed cloak and did my best to ignore the ambiguous smiles on the faces of the women in front of me. Instead, I focused my attention on the sea folk that appeared out of nowhere. The sea folk wasn't a single race. It was the collective name for fishmen, merfolk, shrimp men, sea giants, and other intelligent underwater life forms. Most of them lived along the long coastline of the Aichi continent. These underwater life forms couldn't leave the sea, so they lived in tribes and underwater kingdoms. The deeper the sea, the greater the pressure. The sea monsters in the deep sea were unimaginably strong. The weak were unable to survive in the deep sea. The living space of the sea folk wasn't limitless. There were quite a few scattered fishmen tribes along the coastline. However, as they couldn't leave the water for too long, they posed a limited threat to the life forms on land. In fact, their threat couldn't even compare to the invasion of a neighboring country. However, due to the aggressive nature of the sea folk, they basically had a natural hostile relationship with the various countries on the continent. Thus, even if I were to meet a red dragon in the river, I would still find it understandable. However, to meet a clearly organized sea folk was inconceivable. As the capital of the Ottoman Empire, just by looking at the surface of the river, Kajisi City wasn't completely defenseless. It was completely unimaginable that there would be a fishmen tribe living in the river. Fishmen, amphibious life forms that could survive in both freshwater and seawater, might exist along the river. However, a powerful fishmen tribe that could rear demon sharks would definitely not live in the river. After all, demon sharks are marine life forms. If they were to stay in the river for too long, they would die sooner or later. In other words, most of these fishmen followed the estuary in the opposite direction and arrived at this river town. This wasn't easy. All the cities along the river of the Ottoman Empire had their fleets. How could they not discover so many cities along the way? To think that they actually allowed the fishmen to come directly to the heart of the city? Why did they spend so much effort and take so many risks to come here? Could it be that they just wanted to take a look at this city and observe the enthronement ceremony? However, my doubts didn't last for long. Demon sharks and whale bones? Harpoons? Are their fins white? Those are the fishmen of the white whale tribe. Since you met them underwater and even got attacked by them, they should be here to loot this city. Not long after I reached home, I recalled that Siren Tracy is also a member of the Sea Folk. It is said that sirens have a high standing among the Sea Folk. She might know something, so I sent someone to invite her over. In the end, just as I spoke a few words, the other party dropped a heavy bomb on me. Loot this city? Loot the capital of the Ottoman Empire? Has that tribe gone mad? They're not crazy. In the entire southern Bay Area of the Black Sea, the white whale tribe is one of the top 3 super tribes. The Murlocs are only their vanguard. Depending on the strength of their prey, the sea snake tribe, Naga tribe, and sea giants will all come later. There might even be mermaids and sirens. However, it is impossible for them to attack the city. This is equivalent to offending the entire empire. Aren't they afraid of being surrounded by the fleets? You don't understand the sea folk at all. To the sea folk, they don't have to worry about offending anyone. The white whale tribe is a famous hunting tribe, as well as a mercenary tribe. They can just leave after they have harvested enough. It is impossible for the continent races to catch up to them. Besides, do you think that without anyone guiding them, they would be able to come to this city directly? After pondering for a moment, I could smell the scent of a conspiracy. The fleets along the way didn't notice them. Most probably, someone is controlling the fleets and pretending not to see them. Or perhaps the sea folk might as well attach themselves to a normal merchant ship and have a smooth journey. As for the motive, that is even more obvious. If the capital were to be attacked by outsiders on the same day as the inauguration ceremony of the new emperor, Desos' position as the emperor would be shaken. Tracy says with a face full of disdain, "That darn fatty is involved in this plan. Since he is so afraid of you, you can go and ask him. Lord Eggbreaker? He is involved in it too. I am the liaison sent by the white whale tribe. However, he kept pestering me, making me unhappy. So, I placed a charm curse on him, causing him to unknowingly do something foolish and become a eunuch. However, the weird thing is that he seems to have recovered. All right, everyone's eyeballs almost popped out. The Tracy in front of me actually didn't deny that she is a spy for the sea folk. The nonsensical mission that I accepted back then is actually related to her. However, the plan seems to have failed, so I took the opportunity to leave the white whale tribe. Failed? Isn't it already a success? The other group of people I was in contact with was suddenly killed, and their lair was also burned. Without the guidance of humans, it is impossible for the white whale tribe to come to this city through the waterway. Furthermore, they wouldn't care about the reason for the failure. If I were to return to the tribe as a failure, I would only become the seasoning for the tribe chief's afternoon tea. Clutching my forehead, I vaguely guessed what had happened. Right? Those people who contacted me are wearing rings with stars and eyes on them. Many clues are placed in front of me. Just by thinking about it, I understand what happened. Just like how Desos is guarding against the Celestial Tower who helped him rise to power, the Celestial Tower isn't completely on Desos' side. They colluded with the White Whale tribe and the nobles who are against Desos. Clearly, they are betting on both sides. If Desos were to cooperate with them obediently, the salt of the sea folk might not have happened. However, it is apparent that the remnants of the Celestial Tower intend to fight to the death with Desos after all of their members were listed as wanted criminals. Those people actually dare to send the White Whale tribe to attack the coastline. However, they don't know that after that Lord awakens, the sea folk is at least 3 times stronger than before. When the huge wave hits, they are unable to stop the waves from breaking through their defenses. When the White Whale tribe's flood dissipates, how many of them will be able to survive? Alos. Hearing this name, Tullius is taken aback for a moment before nodding his head silently. The sea folk are no longer the sea folk of the past. Under the will of that Lord and the Queen of Storms, all of the sea folk are thirsting for the fresh blood and souls of the creatures on the surface. That is what they rely on to curry favor with their superiors. In the coastal waters, under the guidance of the Great Existence, various departments are working together. I'm afraid that war is unavoidable. The Queen of Storms is the guardian god of the sea folk, but she is also one of the malevolent gods of chaos. Obviously, under the incitement of the ancient water elemental god, under the summons of the Holy War, and after many years of fighting with the surface creatures, the sea folk have already gotten rid of their neutral identity and started to lean towards the side of chaos. Once this assault really starts, looking at the current situation, the assault of the White Whale tribe is bound to happen. I'm afraid that it will immediately exceed the expectations of the nobles, turning a small-scale assault into a war between nations. Unlike them, I have many friends in the human world. I'm afraid that those fellows didn't trust me from the start. Who knows? That Count might have other motives for approaching me. Why didn't you say so earlier? I've already defected, and I don't dare to return to the sea. My source of information has long been cut off. Isn't this the same as not confirming the authenticity of the invasion? How should I say it? Who should I say it to? Now that even the vanguard troops have been seen, I can tell you directly now. After that, how you deal with it is up to you humans. It has nothing to do with me. I'm alone, and I'm of a different race. Both sides won't trust me. A fence-sitter will only offend both sides at the same time. I can't do anything about it, and I don't intend to. After finishing her words, the siren has a relaxed expression. However, the listeners are helpless. She is relaxed, but this troublesome ball has been kicked onto someone else's head. Back then, we discussed for a long time, but in the end, we were unable to come to a conclusion. Regardless of whether it is the strategy to deal with the invasion or the veracity of the siren's words. Yes, even though she seems extremely calm and took the initiative to reveal a series of secrets, we still suspect her. Regardless of whether it is the legends or reality, the siren isn't a kind and honest creature. Her taking the initiative to confess made us suspect that there was a trap. Furthermore, I keep feeling a subtle sense of incongruity, as though I have missed out on something very important. Dusk had fallen, and my spies had just returned. Is there any new news? The black cat jumps onto the windowsill. She has been faking a nap by the table, but the 4 clones that she has spread out are omnipresent spies. The residents of the Siren and the riverside are all within her range of surveillance. Yes, that Siren is indeed untrustworthy. At least, she isn't as indifferent as she claims. She sent out her seals to monitor the fishmen tribe in the river. As for herself, She even went to the Thief Guild and Mercenary Guild to entrust them. It seems that she is also looking for something. And it seems to be some kind of tribute. It is said that it is related to the sea god. Related to the sea god? Then, as a siren, it is only natural for her to look for it. Is there no other news? How is the situation in the river? The fishmen have started to build a camp in the river. It seems that they are really the vanguard troops, intending to prepare for the main army later on. I nod my head. The intelligence is accurate, but I still can't come to a conclusion. There is too little intelligence. Our understanding of this country and the sea folk is too little. Cough, Roland, I have guessed it. Do you want to know? You can eat dried fish and milk until you are full. All right, I am just joking. I know that you are not a cat. Don't bite me, just say it. As though enjoying my headache, the gleeful cat walks back and forth on the windowsill, her tail sticking up to the sky. My foolish disciple, it is actually very simple. Benefits. The sea folk aren't a charity organization. Taking such a huge risk to attack the capital of a country, how can it be possible without sufficient benefits? Also, the water elemental god isn't the guardian of the sea folk. With them working together, the water elementals and the fishmen have become one family. How can it be possible without sufficient benefits? You are saying, damn it, this game is really big. Under the cat's depiction, a water elemental disintegrates in the air, turning into a drizzle. In the rain, a group of wooden figures representing the fishmen are advancing. With the help of the water elemental god Alos, the sea folk are about to reach the shore? From a magical perspective, it makes sense. Such benefits are enough to drive the sea folk crazy. Perhaps this time the Ottoman Empire is really in deep trouble. Chapter 101 AD 1897, the Summer of the Griffin, the 29th Emperor of the Ottoman Empire, Desos I, was about to ascend to the throne. The White Whale tribe planned to invade, but the news was accidentally leaked. After that, the emperor was furious. In one night, he demoted 37 nobles, removed their positions, and investigated more than 200 high-ranking officers from the 3 major military regions. Crosses were erected along the river, stretching for several kilometers. It was known as the Bloody Night of the White Whale. On the same day, the Ottoman Third Fleet stationed at Finlowend, upstream of Kajisa City, and the Ottoman First Fleet stationed at Sea City arrived at the capital on the same day. They began to encircle and annihilate the White Whale tribe. On that day, the Hermit River, which had the nickname of Flowing Green Agate, was covered in blood. The sound of cannons roared, and the sounds of killing shook the sky. Several districts of the capital became battlefields. The 2 fleets attacked from both sides, and the war started smoothly. With the addition of the demigod Hydra, the 9-headed sea dragon, and countless merfolk and sea monsters, the Ottoman Empire's national hero, dragon hunter Damis, died on the spot. The imperial tutor, blood mage Emperor Marsalit, was heavily injured. The First Fleet was wiped out, and the Second Fleet was half destroyed. During the war, as the sea monsters collectively exerted their strength, the river water rose and flooded the docks and germ areas of Kajisi City. Large amounts of water elementals came ashore, and it rained continuously. The war fell into a stalemate. In the next 2 weeks, 19 coastal and riverside cities of the Ottoman Empire were attacked. Sorceland City and 9 other cities fell on that day. Sorceland City was attacked by the Blood Shark tribe formed by the Piranha Fishmen. An entire city was massacred. With the bloody night of the White Whale as a symbol, the horn of the eternal holy war sounded again. Under the command of the water elemental god, Alos, and the evil god, the Queen of Storms, the merfolk who came ashore became the vanguard, and the Chaos faction made a comeback. Due to the information from the princess of a small country, Renee, the Ottoman Empire avoided the desperate situation of being ambushed. Sighing at the kindness of the Donglan Principality and Princess Rei, the Emperor promised that the Donglan Principality will forever be a brotherly country of the Ottoman Empire, and once again proposed to Princess Renee. However, After that, the princess rejected the emperor's proposal with the reason that the current situation was chaotic and she was worried about her homeland. However, in private, there was a rumor that Princess Renee complained about Desos's absurdity and threw 2 red high heels at him, hitting the emperor himself and his finance director, Hermit. It was said that Hermit fainted on the spot, and the scene was a mess. The country is in trouble, but he's still thinking. I've never seen such an idiotic emperor. I said, I'm not interested in men. You want me to marry you? Unless you find an Edwina's waist and put on a dress. In the eyes of the few who are in the know, Darsos's move to fish in troubled waters is indeed cunning. The so-called country of brothers caused the East Mist communal country to be removed from the list of vassal states. As more and more rumors spread, as the shadow of war approached, as a row of crosses with corpses hung on it, as a large number of members of the opposing factions were sent to jail, the original stigma no longer mattered. As long as he is able to lead his people through the crisis, it is more practical than any false reputation. Although the people's evaluation of the emperor had more criticism, the princess of a small country who had made the emperor so obsessed with her that he lost his face and his rationality had become the hottest topic recently. Her beauty and straightforward personality were widely known, and the reputation of the pure and holy snow lotus at the top of a high mountain began to spread. It was said that although she looked innocent and young, she had a special charm that attracted the attention of the king. At this time, listening to the rumors collected by her companions, the flower was so angry that she wanted to kill someone. The flower at the top of a high mountain? Desos, you sure know how to do favors at little cost. Do you still need me to change the topic? I'll remember this grudge. Don't give me a chance. But at this time, I didn't have the time to complain. There were many miscellaneous matters on my shoulders. After receiving the news, Desos investigated it and then patiently used the explosion as a pretext to get rid of the dissidents and consolidate his power. This was still within expectations. After that, Desos used the excuse of returning the favor and the so-called brotherly country to make the aid and resources in the agreement known to the public, speeding up the speed of fulfilling the agreement. Soon he fulfilled the agreement, and I had to return the key to him. If I didn't hurry, I would have rejoiced for nothing. After all, this was the capital of the Ottoman Empire. Even if there was some trouble, no one believed that the Ottoman Empire would lose. The 9-headed dragon might be strong, but it wasn't invincible. As the subordinate of the malevolent god, the Queen of Storms, its appearance in battle represented the official intervention of the malevolent god of chaos. Its strength was top-notch, and its ability to attract hatred was also top-notch. It was possible that the Dragon Slayer god envoy sent by a certain god was already on the way. However, the reason why Desos hastened the fulfillment of the agreement was probably because he thought that he had some expectations for the things in the base. If an aerial fleet were to suddenly charge out from the water, it would definitely change the situation of the entire war. Of course, he was also prepared to not gain anything. If I didn't want to gain nothing, I should really hurry up. Did you find Tracy? While we were preparing our military strength, the sudden disappearance of the siren became a problem for us. She suddenly returned to the circus with a box in her hands. There is a special seal on it. Looking at the emblem of a guardian with a shield and a sword intersecting, it should be the emblem of a certain royal family. The emblem of a royal family? Most probably it was a stolen tribute. Harloise and I smiled at each other. We felt that we had finally found our target this time. Waiting was worth it, and it was time to reel in the bait. Stonevilla's ocean bottle, the legendary god equipment of the ancient sea god. It is said that it was able to stir up endless waves in ancient times. However, due to the passing of the ancient god, it had lost most of its power. If it were to fall into the hands of Lady Storm and Stonevilla's wife, the ancient water elemental goddess, it might be able to regain its god power. Upon knowing that there was such a rare treasure among the stolen tributes, and that the siren was looking for the stolen tribute through the subsidiary body of greed, we immediately came to a realization. Regardless of the reason why she leaked the secret of the sea folk, as long as Tracy obtains the god equipment, we must not let her return to the ocean. The tributes, gifts of the Swallow Federation were stolen by the Celestial Tower. Furthermore, Tracy had a connection with the Celestial Tower previously. If she had the intention, she would probably know where the missing tributes are. Based on our expectations, when the Celestial Tower became a wanted criminal, she would probably be the only one who could find the tributes. Thus, just as Tracy returned to her tent in the circus, an uninvited guest came knocking on her door. "Open the door." "Checking the water meter?" "What? You didn't install a water meter? Then, you are the one who delivered water to my doorstep." "Forget it. There is no need for you to open the door. Your house won't need a door in the future." All right, when the legend rank Holy Knight raised his sacred sword and charged forward, when the legend rank Droll summoned a storm and lightning to blow away the entire tent, the tent was destroyed. At this moment, Tracy's face was filled with astonishment. She had just opened the box containing the tributes and looked at us, who suddenly appeared in shock. "Haha, you didn't expect this, did you? We have been waiting for this day. Hand over the god equipment." I walked out gleefully, but when I looked at it, I was dumbfounded. "What is this? A god equipment?" "The thing in the box has nothing to do with the bottle. It is a white jade sculpture, and its shape looks like a banana, like ivory, like something else, really. The more I look at it, the more it looks like it. This is an artificial penis, a top-grade warm jade. It can simulate the body temperature of a human. Looking at its color and craftsmanship, it is definitely a top-grade product. It should be the work of a master. This is the rarest of the rarest. It is definitely a god equipment. All right, I regret bringing Bayfoam along." In an instant, he revealed the truth that we tried our best to avoid. "This is a tribute." Her privacy was exposed in an instant. Tracy nodded her head blankly. "It is indeed a concubine's item. The pronunciation of the concubine and the tribute is exactly the same. No wonder the son of greed misunderstood. Since you all found out, there is no need for me to hide it anymore. Actually, one of the main reasons why I stayed in the human world is to research on adult products. You all should know that most of us sirens are female, and we are cold-blooded creatures. Furthermore, we live alone in the sea, so it is hard for us to meet our own kind. Thus, I intend to open the first adult product shop on the sea. It should be welcomed by sirens, mermaids, naga, and other female sea folk. My first step is to gather materials from the human world who specialize in this path. It is a pity that the more I delve into this path, the more I realize how shallow I am. I regret my previous shallowness. I intend to spend another 100 years to research this path, and after I become a master of this path, I will open the mobile shop of my dreams. This beauty is clearly saying words that are devoid of moral integrity. Her eyes are filled with passion, but her face has the resolve of a martyr. I instinctively feel that she isn't lying. She really intends to devote her entire life into this path. I finally understood why I instinctively felt that this siren beauty was so familiar. Isn't this another specialty of Sulphur Mountain City? Gentleman, pervert. It is a pity. Perhaps it is because we are of different species that humans are unable to understand our way of thinking. When they heard what I said, they looked at me with a weird gaze. That fat count even pestered me endlessly. To us, tools are tools to send away loneliness. That is just an inanimate object. On the other hand, partners are companions who accompany each other through life and death. Those are two completely different things. Sigh. It is hard to find someone who understands me. At this moment, when the siren laments that she isn't understood, that man stands out. His face shows the resolve that is similar to Tracy's. That is incredible. That is too touching. Comrade, referring to companions who share the same goal. I can understand. The path between the sexes is broad and profound. Actually, I am also pursuing my own path, and I am not understood by others. I can help you. Leave the things like testing it personally to me. Ah, all right. Everyone can't bear to listen on anymore. Ignoring the surprise siren, they start their daily routine, beating up bay foam. Clutching my head, I really don't know what to say. The siren in front of me reminds me of those fellows in Sulphur Mountain City, making me want to keep my distance. What about the tribute? What about the bottle of the sea god? Didn't the celestial tower snatch it away? Tracy shakes her head. Back then, they acted together with the local thief guild. And they just used the thief guild to conceal their identity. The ones who acted were still them. How could a small thief guild deal with the envoy of a large country? After the matter, as repayment, they should have thrown the spoils of war to the thief guild. While coming to a realization, a faint, ominous premonition appears in my mind. This is usually a sign that I have fallen into a trap. What is the name of the thief guild? Blood Pressure Brotherhood? Oh, I remember that their emblem is a bloody handprint. It should be the Blood Hand Brotherhood. All right, this name does sound familiar. Thinking back, the memories of the past seem like it was just yesterday. I almost burst into tears. This time, I reaped what I sowed and worked for nothing. I think I know where the bottle of the sea god is. Harlois, return me the milk bottle that I gave you. Yes, when I first arrived in this city, I treated the Blood Hand Brotherhood as a target to practice my swordsmanship. Back then, I did hear that they stole the tribute, and I thought that their strength would be decent. But in the end, they swept through them, and even their guild leader was sliced into two. In the end, I didn't get much out of it. After killing their guild leader, I did see a box in the secret room, and there was an antique bottle in it. It seems to be worth quite a bit, but coincidentally, the cat that I was raising wanted me to buy a milk bottle. She also thought that the bottle was artistic, so she used it. There is no magic wave on it at all. Who would have thought that it would be a former god equipment? Meow, I'm not giving it to you. God equipment bottles are more suited to my taste. If you want to exchange it, you have to return it with something of equal value. Just as I was about to reason with the darned cat and snatch it from her forcefully if I can't convince her, a ding sound resounds. I can't help but shiver. This sound never represents anything good. The darned system is here to kick me when I'm down again. Cuff, you got it right, but there is no prize. Congratulations to the gentleman group that you have formed. They are the beautiful siren, Tracy, whose goal in life is to open an adult goods shop. When the number of gentlemen perverts in your gentleman group reaches 10, you will receive the epic tier title, King of Gentlemen. The effects are definitely powerful. There are currently 9 gentlemen, and you are just short of one. Please continue to work hard. Actually, there is one in front of you. I recommend the Ogre Caven and Dishu, who likes to play around with one another. Although their gentlemanly degree is a little low, the system is helping you this time. You barely pass. There are currently 8 gentleman members. They include the female elf Momo, who is obsessed with shodas, the exotic elf Diana, who has triple god status, Cassio, who is gradually walking on the wrong path in life, Bayfoam. He doesn't need any adjectives, he is a legend. He is the legendary Bayfoam. Prince Grimm, who will one day blow up the entire continent, the beautiful Kolos, whose gender is Kolos, the Princess Renee, who is gradually obsessed with her grandfather, and the Holy Knight Roland, who is gradually awakening to cross-dressing. Cross-dressing your head. You are the one who is obsessed with cross-dressing. Your entire family is obsessed with cross-dressing. You are the one who is a gentleman. Your entire family are gentlemen. Chapter 102. This world is still very harmonious and loving. Don't always think about scheming and scheming. This isn't a novel, so how can there be so many coincidences and manipulators behind the scenes? Look, isn't this all a misunderstanding? And this is my conclusion regarding the siren incident. As expected, there is still true love in the world. We must learn to trust others. Meow, Roland, no matter how you try to escape from reality, what will come will come. Open your eyes and take a look. The black cat on my shoulder mocked me maliciously. Shut up. I am just pretending not to see it. Yes, I am escaping from this terrifying reality. The righteous church of the God of Law actually became a place for gentlemen to exchange their perverted thoughts. Back then, I was still a normal draken. At that time, I had just crawled out of my egg. I fell in love with him at first glance. He was my adoptive mother. His comb was so majestic, his feathers so gorgeous. Later on, I found out that my egg was lost and the person who picked it up used his own poultry to hatch me. So, your normal time is only a few minutes after hatching? How ridiculous are you? Also, what is the meaning of the adoptive mother and him? He is obviously a male. Also, since he has a comb, he should be a rooster. It was wrong from the start. It is said that oviparous creatures will treat the first creature they see as their mother. Are you draconians the same? I have never heard of it before. You are the only one who is unique. Let me catch my breath first. This fellow really has too many things to complain about. I really can't stop complaining. The great hero Odysseus? Yes, he did have a relationship with a siren friend of mine, but he isn't some great hero. He is just a hoodlum and a playboy. It is said that more than 20 sirens have been tricked by him. He is a bastard. We sirens are really pitiful. We are passionate and lonely by nature. We always have some treasures that we picked up from the sea, but in the end, we are always tricked by those bad men who pretend to be heroes. For example, Saint Cassola, Dragon Knight Edwin. Even if we meet a good man, he will turn into a sloppy uncle in less than 20 years. Then he will turn into an old man after a short nap, making the rest of our lives miserable. That's why most of us find an island to live on. But it's so lonely that we'll still be tricked. All right, I know that it's hard for you to find someone to vent your frustrations to, but please don't ruin the image of those great heroes in my heart. Why do those great heroes who left their names in history seem like a bunch of emotional swindlers in your eyes? All right, actually, those stories of stealing divine artifacts and secrets from the sirens do seem like emotional swindlers who break into a lonely widow's house to swindle her for money and sex. That's because you sirens are too stupid. Look at us elves. We won't fall in love with a short-lived species. Those short-lived species shouted the slogan. You only have one life, saying that they didn't need to be restrained and wanted to live a brilliant and free life. Wasn't that another way of saying that they were irresponsible and did whatever they wanted? Just like what you said, even if they met a good one, they would die immediately. No matter how I look at it, it's a tragic ending. However, naive children are an exception. They are so pure and adorable, and their eyes are filled with innocence and trust when they look at me. I can slowly paint the colors I want on this blank drawing board without worrying about it turning bad. I can harvest the fruits when they mature. To us elves, what is 20 years? As long as we can eat delicious fruits, even if it's a tragedy, I will accept it. Hey, is this the police? There's a weird auntie here. Momo, can you stop sneaking glances at me when you say such words? Can you stop drooling? I really feel that it's really dangerous. Explosion is an art. No, the explosion is just a means to create a safe zone. How shallow. As expected, you are just a short-sighted human. No wonder your work is filled with the smell of a third-rate craftsman. Even though it's exquisite and accurate, there isn't a single trace of passion or creativity. I have also seen your so-called artwork. What do you mean by the time and power of the explosion is uncertain? Are you intending to blow yourself up? This is an insult to our entire goblin engineering and goblin alchemy. Do you know how we treat those foolish dwarves who doubt our goblin art? We kick their buttocks and blow them up. All right, Belle, I know that you are excited to be able to escape, but the reason why we saved you is definitely not to allow you to cause destruction. And Grim, you know that you are a man of action. But if you don't keep your bomb, I will hang you from the ceiling. I mean what I say. And Ingo, if you dare to detonate the alchemy bomb in your hands, I will throw you into Roland's 88th cannon and send you back to prison with a single blast. The area where the royal prison is located is also in great trouble due to the flood this time. Naturally, the dwarves who almost lost their lives in the underground prison won't just sit and wait for their deaths. Without any hesitation, they brought forward their plan to escape from the prison ahead of schedule. The news of the giant robot causing havoc in the prison and the prison riot has become the recent headlines. Right now, I can only hope that the secret agents of the royal family are focused on the battlefield and hope that Desos doesn't fall out with me at this crucial moment. At the very least, he doesn't come looking for me before my plan is completed. Old friend, even if you save me this time, don't expect old Lawmans to give up on his hobby. Let's spar on the battlefield next time. Old Lawmans will return the favor. Also, fallen Grey Dwarf, you are the same. Sooner or later, we will cross hands with each other. Ha! As expected of a smelly and stubborn shield dwarf. We should just watch as you drown. Humph! Us shield dwarves aren't country bumpkins who have never seen water in their entire lives. When old Lawmans was hunting plesiosaurs underwater, you were probably still sucking on your mother's milk. Oh, there's no need to wait for that day. Let's give it a try now. All right, I know that you shield dwarves and grey dwarves are arch enemies, but at least think about your newly established relationship as prison mates. All right, as expected, I can't beat around the bush, so I'll just say it directly. Dwarves, put down that stool and cup and go out to fight. Otherwise, I'll throw you into the cannon barrel and shoot you out too. I mysteriously feel so tired, as if my mind has been polluted. As expected, I shouldn't have listened to these fellows. I should just continue sighing about the beauty of the world. Big brother Roland, your tea. Oh, thank you. My great-great-great-granddaughter is still the most considerate. Just as I said that, I mysteriously felt that something was off. Great-granddaughter and great-grandfather? You sure have a heavy taste. As expected, this black cat wouldn't let me have a good time. If it wasn't for the fact that she was bound to me, with her identity as an undying old demon and her twisted personality of being unable to see others doing well, she would definitely be a gentleman. However, her sarcasm made my heart tremble. I was also a little suspicious. Why has this lass become so obedient recently? Also, that system notice that I can't look at directly also made my heart pound. However, seeing her smile sweetly as she served tea to her temporary teacher, Diana, I shook my head and dispelled my suspicions. She should finally know how to respect her elders. The system has never been reliable. I'm not a cross-dresser, so naturally, Renee wouldn't be blind enough to like me. We look so similar, so wouldn't it be narcissistic for her to like me? After hesitating for a moment, I finally spoke. Everyone, prepare yourselves. I'm going out to find 2 people. When I return, I'm afraid that we'll have a tough battle ahead of us. Right, prepare to abandon this place as well. That's right. Ever since the sea folk invaded, the enthronement ceremony, which we didn't even know if it could still be held, was postponed indefinitely. From then on, there wasn't even a reason for us to participate in the ceremony, so there was naturally no need for us to stay here. Also, I keep feeling that something is wrong with the situation. The development of this war is too strange. If this is the front line of the eternal sacred war, the appearance of the god-pet, 9-headed dragon Hydra is too early. However, after thinking about it for a moment, it is to be expected. At his level, it isn't difficult for the 9-headed dragon emperor to transform into a human. There is a high possibility that he is just hiding at the bottom of the river as an army supervisor. However, the pincer attack of the 2 fleets stunned him. If he doesn't make a move, the 2 semi-gods of the Ottoman Empire are more than enough to wipe out all of the sea folk. Thus, the 9-headed dragon, who was forced to make a move, fell into a predicament while massacring the sea folk. As the pet of the malevolent god, he also represents the will of the malevolent god. If he were to chase after them on shore, the war would escalate. Even if the Order gods don't make a move personally, they would definitely send out their Dragon Slayer experts. The direct subordinates of the gods are completely different from the semi-gods of the humans. However, if he were to run away, not only would the sea folk here be annihilated, his master would also be embarrassed. Thus, not advancing or retreating is the best choice. The All-End Empire probably has some hidden forces as well. However, they have already rested for a few hours after firing their cannons a few times. Most likely, they are afraid of offending the great gods. The nine-headed dragon on the other side is the same as well. It has no intention of leaving its original position. As long as you don't provoke it, it will only occasionally spit out its dragon breath once or twice. While watching the sea folk fight intensely, 7 of its 9 heads are lazing around. The horn of the eternal sacred war has just been blown, and no one is prepared. If they were to go all out now, no matter who it is, they would only end up as cannon fodder. The 9-headed dragon and the Ottoman Empire aren't fools. However, this kind of stalemate makes me feel that it is dangerous. A stalemate on the battlefield is usually a situation where both sides are in a kind of equilibrium. However, this kind of equilibrium is always temporary. Both sides are strangely restraining themselves because they aren't mentally prepared for the final battle and the huge price to pay. However, they will be prepared sooner or later. As the stalemate ends, it is more likely that one side will suffer a crushing defeat. Looking at the current situation, the loser is most likely the unprepared Ottoman Empire. If Lady Storm decides to go all out in the battle, even if she doesn't mind dying prematurely, if some rash semi-god runs off to kill her beloved 9-headed dragon, just thinking about what would happen if such a possibility occurs, I feel that this riverside city is no longer safe. The technology that Darvis gave me is already in my hands. The fleet of resources is already out of the country's borders. The contract could be fulfilled at any moment. I also need to make preparations to retreat. However, before that, Renee, come along with me. There is a need to befriend those 2 people. After hesitating for a moment, I call for another person. Ingo, you come over as well. This time, we are going to meet your peers. Your mission is what you are best at. Brag as hard as you can, and try your best to bluff them over. Master of Magic Engineering, Tim Ladd, and Miracle Alchemist Olivia Wright, the creators of Magic Engineering and the creator of the future 5th-tier army, the Magic Engineering Dragon. Among the heroes of the future war epic, they are the 2 most dazzling ones. War is the catalyst and training ground for all kinds of new technologies. In the future war, the magic engineering that these 2 came up with would create countless godly weapons and weapons of war. The reason why the Ottoman Empire was able to reach the pinnacle of the human world before it was destroyed was due to their contributions. Of course, it was only after the war with the underground world that they first proposed the magic engineering field, which was a combination of alchemy, magic circles, and engineering, and the magic machinery dragon was a product of 60 years later. Of the 2 heroes of Kagursi now, one was a rookie engineer who sold toys for a living, and the other was an unqualified alchemist who had just been kicked out of the Alchemy Academy. Even though they are still unknown small characters, even though history has changed, and these 2 might not be able to rise again, in history, the 2 of them are too important. How can I, who already lack manpower, let them go? The reason why I didn't look for them all this while is that geniuses are a little weird. Furthermore, these 2 are great geniuses who left their mark in history. All right, I'll be direct. Back then, I was looking for normal people to join my team. These 2 are definitely gentlemen among gentlemen, so why would I look for them? But now, looking at the system notification, I shook my head helplessly. As people who surpass common sense, we are commonly known as perverted gentlemen. Although we aren't understood by others, that is because we are too persistent in pursuing the path in our hearts, neglecting the eyes of ordinary people. But to a true gentleman, it doesn't matter if others can't understand us. It is sufficient as long as we, the seekers of the path, can understand each other. As the king of gentlemen, you are able to understand the sufferings and pain of others. You are the same kind as all gentlemen, so naturally everyone will respect you. Honorary title, King of Gentlemen. As a gentleman among gentlemen, the legendary uncrowned king, your name has spread across the entire plain. All gentlemen will feel like old friends upon meeting you, and their impression of you will increase greatly. However, ordinary people will instinctively hate you and stay away from you. At the same time, as the king of gentlemen, you will instinctively attract gentlemen to meet you. When you raise an invitation to them, there is a higher chance of them joining your team. Back then, even though that ogre's strength wasn't too bad and he had Tracy's guarantee that he would be obedient and become a good fighter as long as he provided food, I was still hesitant on whether I should allow him to join us. But very quickly, I didn't need to hesitate anymore. The escape of those 4 short fellows instantly caused the upper limit of the Gentleman Alliance to exceed. Thus, the system unhesitatingly gave me this title. Congratulations, King of Gentlemen. As the king of perverts, your level of gentlemanliness is unparalleled. Don't talk to me. Mommy, there's a pervert here. Hee hee, I suddenly find you more pleasing to the eye. I have already tested the might of this halo. Hearing what other people said, I was still a little happy. However, when this pleasing to the eye came from the Draken, I felt a chill down my spine. Cough, cough! Back to the main topic. After obtaining the good reputation of the King of Gentlemen, I was so depressed that I almost gave up on myself. Now, I can only hope that this title is really as impressive as it says, that it can help me lure those 2 future rising stars. It's fine if I haven't heard of any Tim Lad, but Senior Olivia is a famous freak. She failed 7 out of the 13 main subjects and was directly kicked out of the academy. She is almost the shame of the academy, so how can she be considered a genius? Unexpectedly, we had an additional companion in our group. The granddaughter of the Cain Holy Knight, Catherine, was actually from the 3rd Alchemy Academy in Kajisi. It was said that she was Olivia's classmate. Since the sword was already in my hands, Catherine naturally made her decision. The current her had already become my knight retainer and mage apprentice. Yes, the path she chose wasn't the path of a knight, nor the path of a mage. Can I try out both paths? I really can't make up my mind. Based on what I knew, she still hadn't given up on her previous studies in alchemy. A person's energy and time were both limited. Trying to study 3 different paths at the same time was basically courting death. However, I didn't say anything. In any case, reality would force her to make a choice sooner or later. When she heard that we were looking for an alchemy genius as an alchemist, she volunteered herself. However, when she heard that it was Olivia, displeasure filled her face. It should be in the vicinity. Do you know where Olivia lives? As expected, I received a negative answer from Catherine. Thus, I found a random person to ask for directions. Excuse me, do you know where Olivia's alchemy? All right. Halfway through a sentence, the man's face paled upon hearing the name Olivia. He started sweating profusely, and his eyes darted around frantically. All right, just from this passerby's behavior, I could roughly guess what kind of person she was. If she is a little more gentlemanly, with the help of the King of Gentlemen, it should be easy to coax her into joining us. However, if she is too gentlemanly, that bunch of bastards is enough. Should I hope that she is more normal or more abnormal? How contradictory. Boom. All right, you don't need to point the way. Little brother, you should hurry up and run. I think I found her. That beautiful green mushroom cloud, the screams not too far away, and the passerby's action of running away explained everything. This color looks like wearing a dwarf gas mask was the correct choice. Looks like there's no need to hesitate anymore. The Gentleman Alliance is about to add more people. Chapter 103. Olivia, who has the title of Miracle Alchemist, looks like a cute, ordinary girl just by looking at her appearance. Her wavy, smooth blonde hair shines with the radiance of youth. The light green alchemist robe she wears is unable to conceal her proud figure, which far surpasses her peers. Her face, which has some baby fat on it, gives her a naturally perplexed aura. However, her silver spectacles give her a scholarly aura. Although it is obviously the first time we are meeting, Olivia gives me an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Perhaps it is because her scholarly aura is similar to that of Eliza and that Marguerite, especially her silver spectacles. It is obvious that they are also plain goods for show. How do I see through it? Not mentioning that Eliza is also wearing plain glasses. One of Olivia's spectacles is missing. However, the girl doesn't seem to notice it at all. Even though the guest is already sitting in front of her, she is still lowering her head and muttering to herself about what went wrong that caused the experiment to fail. Even though there is someone in front of her, the young lady's eyes are unfocused and her mind is wandering. Not only is she completely defenseless, the dirt on her face isn't even wiped clean. Furthermore, the decorations in the living room are destructive and messy. Just the first impression of her makes me feel that she is a careless person. With just a quick glance, I roughly understand why Catherine is in a bad mood when she sees Olivia. So, it's because of the conflict between social classes. Olivia's youthful and moving curves make her originally plain and old-fashioned dress seem extravagant. When the same dress is worn on Catherine's body, a slender and flat figure is extremely advantageous for riding a horse in combat. How would you be able to hold onto your weapon under the turbulent waves? You guys are born to be good seedlings for knights. And next time I see Catherine staring at the chest of a beauty like this, I will console her like this. Why is it you? All right, my knight retainer, Renee, also has a bitter expression on her face. She grits her teeth as she looks at them. So big, how can they be the same age? Humph. With such big breasts, they are bound to droop sooner or later. All right, let us rationally ignore this mysterious curse and return our attention to the main topic at hand. Cough, Miss Olivia, nice to meet you. I am Roland. A simple greeting isn't able to wake a certain person's wandering mind. Could it be that I gave you the rock magic oil too early? Then try adding some neutralizing agent. Hey, Miss Olivia, do you hear me? Well, Alchemist had already taken out his pen and started writing and drawing, and was ignored again. That's how it should be. Olivia, big-breasted girls. It was dawn. Class is about to begin. Kathleen moved closer to Olivia's ear and shouted. Her voice echoed in the room, and even I was shocked. The resentment in her voice was even more obvious. Olivia finally came back to her senses. Ah, Miss Dana, I'm not daydreaming, I'm really listening. All right, this former student who suddenly stood up straight was startled awake by his junior sisters shouting of his nickname. However, he clearly forgot that he had already been expelled from the school. Pooh, Senior Olivia, do you think you're still in Teacher Dana's herbology class? Don't worry, no one is punishing you to stand here. We have some private matters to discuss with you. Little bamboo pole, don't call me by my nickname. I thought teacher was scolding me again. I really don't know why Teacher Dana always targets me. All right, while revealing Kathleen's nickname, she also revealed that big-breasted girls was her publicly acknowledged nickname. Even her teacher called her by this nickname. How much hatred does she have for me? Teacher Dana is already so old. Yet she still hasn't gotten married. It wasn't easy for her to get a boyfriend who dumped her because she doesn't have a chest. Naturally, she would get angry when she sees you. Can't you be a little understanding? Cowgirl. Oh, no wonder she keeps staring at my chest. I thought that she was just as weird as those boys. Cough. Alchemist Olivia, I have some matters to discuss with you. The more they chatted, the more passionate they became. Perhaps they had forgotten that there was a male here. I tried to interrupt them, but this smell is a powerful troll concoction. Why is it labeled as a hair tonic? Ingo took down the bottle from the shelf beside him, and his sharp voice was filled with doubt, using his identity as a gold rank alchemist to guarantee that regardless of the color or smell, It is definitely a troll regeneration concoction and not a hair tonic. Oh, that it isn't completed yet. I considered transplanting the troll's regenerative ability onto one's hair. That way, no matter how stubborn a bald head is, it would still grow hair. In the end, wait, I can't drink it. For alchemists, experimenting with oneself is always the best way to understand the situation. Relying on his outstanding resistance to medicine as a great alchemist, Ingo opened the bottle cap without hesitation and gulped it down. Ugh. Ingo clutches his stomach and kneels down. Only then did I realize that a patch of black hair fell off. Turns out that he was wearing a wig. Turns out that he wasn't using himself to test the concoction, but to make use of this opportunity to make up for his flaws. This concoction failed? Will he be fine? No, this is a success, but there is a small side effect. There is no need to ask any further. The facts before us have already explained everything. Thick and long hair gushes out from Ingo's bald head. That goblin jumps around in joy. However, very quickly he falls into trouble. His hair has already reached his feet, but it continues to grow at an insane rate. This design is indeed a success. However, the problem now is how to control the troll's unstoppable regenerative ability. In other words, it can't be stopped. In just a moment, Ingo has turned into a huge ball of hair. His entire body is covered in black hair. The round ball of black hair rolls around on the ground. His eyes and face can no longer be seen anymore. Save me, I can't breathe. He wants to take out the concoction in his robes to save himself, but he can't even stretch his hands out. Too much hair is wrapping around him tightly, and the ends of the hair are already drilling into his nostrils. All right, if I don't save him soon, he will suffocate to death by his own hair. The cause of his death would be hilarious. I hurriedly pull out my sword, but the moment I cut it, it regenerates. This hair is even harder to deal with than a tentacle monster. However, Olivia has a better idea. She has already run to the laboratory table and takes out 3 bottles of concoction. The bottles dance in the air as the liquid is mixed in the air. Under her outstanding concoction skills, the finished product is formed in a few seconds. Then she throws it out. Pah! As the concoction splatters and the antidote is used, the effects of the troll's hair-growing concoction are dispelled. I'm saved. Phew! With his hair scattered all over the ground, Ingo collapses onto the ground and sighs over his rescue. However, pooh! Haha, what is this, a chihuahua? Is it just an egg? Gnomes are similar to cats and dogs. They have quite a lot of hair on their bodies. Thus, dwarves often tease them as short-legged dogs with long hair. This is also the reason why, under the effects of the concoction, his hair didn't grow wildly, but his entire body grew hair at the same time. Obviously, Olivia's antidote is as effective as the hair-growing concoction. If all of his hair were to be removed at the same time, a bald dog would be as ugly as it can be. Furthermore, there isn't even a single eyebrow on his bald head. In an instant, he turns from a pitch-black gnome to a white chicken, or even the head of a hairless fishman. It is no wonder that René and the others are rolling on the ground in laughter. My hair. I clearly still have 16 strands of hair. They are all gone. Big hair, second hair, third brother, little 16. You all died so tragically. How can you all leave just like that? How am I supposed to live on? All right, the bald gnome was bawling his eyes out on the ground. As for the act of naming his 16 hairs, it was really pooh. I'm sorry, I really wanted to say that I am sad. However, looking at the tears flowing down this bald egg, I can't hold it in anymore. Let me go to the side and laugh. All right, let us finally return to the main topic. Ingo, who has forcefully calmed himself down, starts to assess the capabilities of his new disciple. Disciple? As a master alchemist who has just entered gold rank, even the principal of the alchemy school isn't able to reach this standard. Ingo only reveals his identity and states that he is willing to accept her as his disciple. Furthermore, he expresses his praise for Olivia's talent, and it is enough for the rookie alchemist Olivia, who has just been expelled from the alchemy school, to acknowledge her as her teacher on the spot. Olivia, who is only 15 years old, is clearly a rookie. She might have potential and creativity, but her lack of basic abilities has destined her to be polished for a few more decades. Bronze rank might be impressive among her peers, but in front of a master alchemist, she is clearly a rookie. Being expelled from the alchemy school made her the laughingstock of the circle. Even her path to further her studies has been severed. The future miracle alchemist is currently just an apprentice with new ideas. Is this the potion that you concocted? This smell should be the barbaric bull potion. Judging from the color, it seems like there are still some improvements to it. What is the increase in strength? After suffering this loss, even a master alchemist doesn't dare to test the potion on his own. I used the blood essence of a tauren to replace the blood essence of a bull in the original formula. The absolute increase in strength is up to 30%. If one were to consume it, one would have 3 times the strength. However, the side effect is that one would grow horns and a tail, after which one would mysteriously go berserk. I see No's face twitching violently. His hands tremble, and he almost smashes the small bottle on the floor. A normal barbaric bull potion would only increase one's strength by 10%. This 300% has the effect of transforming. However, the greater the benefits, the greater the price. After consuming it for a short period of time, it is highly likely that one would not be able to survive. Have you tried it? I have tried it with Xiaobai. It is my dog. After he went berserk, he smashed through a wall by himself. In the end, he had to recuperate for half a year. Even now, he still thinks that he is a Cerberus, always spitting saliva at others. Breathing fire. This green bottle is a natural recovery potion, right? But why is it red? Hee. I added dragon's beard grass and petrifying lizard potion. This is my masterpiece. While healing wounds, it bestows the user with the ability of petrifying skin, greatly increasing one's defense. A bottle of potion with 2 effects. This is a rare success of mine. Side effects. Eno is unmoved. He can already faintly sense that this disciple of his is a little unique. I prepared a petrifying dispelling potion as a gift along with this potion. I even pasted a label saying, if you do not want to turn into a statue, please do not use this potion when you are alone. However, the weird thing is that it is unable to be sold. It is normal for it to be unable to be sold. If one is not careful, one would turn into stone, completely. Who would dare to drink such a thing? The taste of milk? Oh! This is the breast enlargement potion that my juniors entrusted me to make. The effects were indeed achieved, and it is one of my few successful creations. The moment she speaks, starlight flashes across Renee's eyes. She immediately wants to give it a try. However, looking at the bald head and the bizarre potion, she hesitates. Don't think too much about it. This is one of the reasons why she was expelled from the school. It is indeed able to enlarge one's breasts. However, to maintain its effects, one has to drink a bottle of milk every hour. During that period of time, all the milk in the vicinity of the school was sold out, and the entire school was filled with the smell of milk. Hearing this, Renee hesitates. This side effect seems acceptable. Is there anything else? This shouldn't be enough to expel her, right? Suddenly, Kathleen's face flushes red. She moves her mouth close to Renee's ear and whispers softly. It is impossible for the milk to just flow in and out. Once it accumulates to a certain extent, it will burst out. Back then, our teacher Dana ruined her blind date just like this. She doesn't dare to meet anyone even now. All right, although her voice is really soft, the ears of the people in this room are sharp. At the very least, I am starting to regret hearing it. The miracle alchemist only became famous 10 years later. Obviously, we came too early. The side effects of her product is much greater than the normal effects. However, there are still benefits to being half-baked. At the very least, it is easy to fool her. In this era, The relationship between a master-disciple relationship and a father-son relationship isn't too far apart. Since Ingo is willing to take her in as his disciple, this master-disciple relationship is more practical than anything else. All right, a certain lineage that has a tradition of killing one's own master is an exception. At the very least, looking at the harmonious relationship between the master-disciple relationship, the cat on my shoulder looks at me with resentment. Stop biting me. Didn't I get killed by my disciple in the end? Humph, you deserved it. You asked for it. Speaking of which, you actually dare to groom a newcomer. Aren't you afraid that the tradition will act up again? That is two different matters. You killed your teacher because your teacher laid his hands on you. I killed you because you had ill intentions back then. You said that I asked for it. But I think that you are the one who asked for it. Forget it. Let bygones be bygones. Look, this pair of master and disciple resembles the demeanor we had back then. It can't be. I think that Ingo will impart his knowledge seriously. He isn't some petty demoness who would ask an apprentice to complete a mission to please her just to teach magic. No, I am talking about the fact that the disciple will kill her teacher sooner or later. Look, didn't she almost succeed? Look at the things that she invented. I bet that within 3 years, that egghead will either die of anger or poison. Looking at Olivia, who seems to have touched something, after a red mist appears, she lowers her head and apologizes profusely. On the other hand, the tearless old goblin loses the last strand of his hair. His eyelashes, turning into a round egghead, I mumble to myself. I bet, but not for 3 years. I bet that he will die within a year. Then what's the point of betting? Why don't we bet on whether he will die of anger or poison? I think that he will die from an explosion. Thinking back to Ingo's good title as the Explosion Alchemist, if he were to impart his knowledge to the already dangerous Olivia, she will be my subordinate in the future. Could it be that I unknowingly dug a pit for myself and created an extremely dangerous individual? Chapter 104. In the first place, Olivia isn't an Ottoman. She is the child of a merchant from one of the 7 extreme northern countries, Rhodes Kingdom. She specially came here to learn alchemy. As an exchange student, she doesn't have much wealth and her luggage is ridiculously simple. After tossing the potions into her portable space equipment, she brought along her notes and books. After refunding the rent of the shop, she threw the key back to the landlord and turned to leave. By the way, the Donglan Principality is also one of the 7 extreme northern countries. If half of the 7 extreme northern countries' territory is split, it would be the original Mist Country. However, this is equivalent to merging 2 countries and taking away a portion of the territory of the other 2 countries. Under the current conditions, it isn't practical. Olivia is rather happy to be able to leave this country under the tutelage of an alchemist. After all, in the eyes of other countries, the people of the extreme northern countries are mostly barbarians who wear fur. Although it is a good thing that there isn't a world of ice and snow for half a year, she has met with quite a few troubles during her studies. After settling the miracle alchemist Olivia, I met with a little trouble when I was looking for the magic engineering teacher, Timlad. However, this isn't the first time I met with such trouble. Timlad became famous around 17 to 18 years later. The current Timlad. All right, when I saw this brat with a runny nose, I wasn't surprised at all. At the very least, I found him in person. This is much better than finding a historical hero's zygote and ancestor's ancestor. However, I met with a little trouble when I was trying to convince the child's parents. Timlad only has an elder sister whom he depends on. When she returns, I realize that she is actually an old acquaintance. Olivia, Catherine. Teacher Dana, why are you here? This is my home. I was wondering why you are here. Didn't you all drop out of school? What are you all doing here? Do you have any business with me? The calm-looking Madame Dana is in her early 30s. Her face is beautiful, but there is a hint of bitterness in it. She looks dignified with a straight face, but when I look at her flat curves, I recall the story about breasts. Pooh. All right, it is too impolite to laugh in front of her face. Renee, I will complain to Kelly when I get back. You just have to wait for your etiquette lessons. I laughed as well. Well, at least I didn't spit out. I still had basic manners for a lady. Hello, Teacher Dana. I am Catherine's night teacher. I need a few alchemists to help me, and Catherine recommended you to me. This is a long-term employment, and I'm afraid that you will lose your job in the academy because of this. However, the remuneration will definitely be generous, and there will be opportunities for you to advance. This is Master Alchemist Ingobiar. He is a gold-ranked great alchemist. You can have a chat with him. Since Timlad and his older sister were mutually dependent on each other, it would be impractical to kidnap this little brat by himself. However, as long as I hired this teacher, Timlad would naturally follow me. However, what surprised me was that after hearing what I said, Dana's face lit up as though she was tempted. However, the next moment, her expression darkened. I'm sorry, I do need a new job, but we're already planning to leave this city. I'm afraid I can't accept your kindness. Go out? Why? She didn't want to tell me at first, but when I asked her, she told me the reason. Actually, the reason is very simple. She felt that this city isn't safe, so she decided to leave. The reason why it isn't safe is because of the humongous creature that can be seen from the window. 9-headed dragon Emperor Hydra. The humongous body occupies half of the river. That raised dragon head can be seen from a few city districts away. That breath of his might not hurt the entire city, but to those unlucky fellows who get hit by it, they would definitely be smashed into smithereens. This isn't the 9-headed dragon emperor who possesses a portion of the dragon's bloodline in the swamp area. The sea monster Hydra that was left behind from the ancient times is a god pet and has long obtained a portion of god power. If I were to rank his bloodline, it wouldn't be much inferior to my double diamond bloodline. When such an existence reaches semi-god rank, human semi-gods of the same level are nothing in his eyes. From the very start, this 9-headed dragon emperor is an almost invincible existence in the mortal world. Even the overly powerful Hydra is restricted, so its passive attitude is obvious. However, if you were to take the initiative to provoke it, who else can you blame for seeking death? This is equivalent to the start of a large-scale war game. A few powerful bosses come out to give a lecture, look for old friends to fight, and furiously grind their existences. However, it is just a simple formality of the story mode. As a newbie, you can just watch the movie and get over it. If you think that you can solo the boss and charge forward and shout, "Evil, die, I want the Dragon Slayer," who else can you blame if you get killed in an instant? At the very least, after understanding the other party's strength, Desos doesn't intend to fight recklessly. He also doesn't intend to completely anger the owner of the 9-headed dragon, Lady Storm. Looking at his passive way of dealing with the situation and the application letters sent to the various churches, he seems to be waiting for the Order gods to come and solve this problem. Of course, if the 9-headed dragon were to come ashore just like that, Desos would probably go all out to fight a decisive battle to protect his country. That Hydra obviously knows what he is doing and doesn't intend to escalate the battle, which is why the battle has fallen into a stalemate. On the other hand, the sea folk under his command are putting in more effort. Other than the fact that they have a powerful boss, the main reason for this is because of an accident. In order to put up a front, magic oil lamps were installed along the coastline along the river. What is being burned is the most luxurious item in the human world, the expensive mermaid oil. Mermaids themselves have the reputation of being the beloved of the sea and the royal family of the sea folk. Thus, when the mermaids of the white whale tribe see these oil lamps, it is no different from seeing an ogre cooking human meat pot. They will fight to the death, and the battle escalated. Even though the sea folk are still unable to break through the sturdy protective layer and temporary barrier, the Ottoman Empire has already suffered a lot of losses. The appearance of the 9-headed dragon caused the docks to sink into the river. A portion of the citizens managed to escape in time, but a portion of the unlucky ones fell into the river along with their houses, unable to get up again. My uncle's family lives in the docks. My boyfriend's house was hit by the dragon breath, and his entire family was obliterated. We intend to leave this sad city. Recently, there are quite a number of people who left the city because of this, and Lady Dana is one of them. However, her luck isn't too good. They have only been dating for 2 weeks, and her new boyfriend met with an inexplicable calamity. Most of the wars on the continent are like this. No matter who wins or loses, no matter how righteous the reason for the war is, the ones who suffer first are the powerless citizens. That's great. Oh, I didn't mean to say that the matter regarding your family is great. My apologies, lady, I misspoke. What I meant was that this job requires you to go overseas. Since you intend to leave the city, it might be suitable for you. Is that so? I would like to hear the details. All right. Since the other party also intends to leave the city, this employment contract with generous remuneration easily moves Dana, who is still worrying about her future. When the 2 rising stars of the future are in my hands, I can't help but feel doubtful. Since I have interfered with their fates, will they still be as important as before? Will they still be able to grow to their original heights? But thinking about it from another perspective, even if I didn't interfere, the fate of the 2 of them would have already changed. Since the ambush of the sea folk caused Timlad to leave just like that, regardless of whether he becomes a master engineer in the future, there is no longer any basis for the 2 of them to work together in the future. Perhaps it is already impossible for magical engineering to appear. Well, what's the point of thinking so much? At the very least, the 2 of them are good seedlings. Then I should just maintain my normal state of mind and groom them as a talented newcomer. And since I have introduced Olivia to Ingo, I should introduce little Timlad to Goldtooth. If the magical machinery dragon is born in the future, it should be more in the style of Goblin Explosion. In the ancient legends of the northern lands, on the days when the mountains are sealed by heavy snow, the coldest few days of the year, in the depths of the snowy mountains where no one is able to reach, would be the day when the demons and monsters of the snowy mountains would come out for a feast. At that time, there would be snowy mountain spirits, snow monsters, snow women, snowmen, and so on. Myths and legends usually have an original form, and the original form of this legend is the frigid nightmare. Nightmare is a nightmare, an unknown demon in a nightmare. The frigid nightmare, in reality, is the collective name for the nameless demons that come from the snowy mountains. They are formless demons, but they are also existences with form. They are just like the aurora, unique to the northern lands, ever-changing and colorful. However, when you get close to them, you won't be able to see anything at all. Their legend has been passed down for thousands of years. The people of the northern lands would tell their children to never head to the snowy mountains on a snowy day, until a person who didn't believe it insisted on meeting the nightmares of the snowy mountains on a snowy day. He is the ancestor of the Mist royal family. No one knows what happened in the depths of the snowy mountains, but ever since then, the aurora night that caught the attention of the entire continent appeared in the snow country. The knight class has always been the main fighting force of the human race. This is because the various kinds of mounts can allow the weak humans to swiftly grow stronger. A rookie riding griffin is also a tier 3 soldier, but even the weakest aurora knight is a tier 4 soldier. This is enough to prove the strength of the frigid nightmare. The frigid nightmare is a spiritual being, so its form isn't fixed. It is precisely because of its ever-changing form that it possesses an extremely strong adaptability and growth potential. The frigid nightmare will grow together with the young knight whom they share a mind with. They will draw nourishment from the soul of the knight. Thus, the contracted beast of every aurora knight is different. However, most of the nightmares will choose the form of the snowy mountains demons, such as snowman, snow leopard, etc. Of course, the one that people are most envious of is still the Snow Lady, even though her fighting strength is rather weak. All right, there is no need to explain the reason. All men understand. However, in order to facilitate group battles, the three forms of Ice Unicorn, Eagle of Storm, and Armored Arctic Bear are compulsory for every nightmare. The Aurora Knight that is in charge of a group is able to switch between a flying assault, an accelerated assault, and a heavy armored charge within a short few minutes, making it an unmistakable tyrant of the snow. As a top-tier magical creature, Frigid Maw's intelligence is extremely high. The infant Frigid Maw already has the intelligence of a 3 to 4-year-old child, and the adult Frigid Maw is even smarter than a human. Many of the Aurora Knight, who is in the form of a snow lady never married, probably because they fell in love with their contracted magical beast. Due to the existence of the bloodline contract, it is easy for the Mist royal family to gain the recognition of Frigid Maw. In the past, the members of the Mist royal family would basically have the identity of an Aurora Knight, and their reputation among the commoners is extremely high. In my generation, there is no doubt that Cavendish is an Aurora Knight. His nightmare is able to freely switch between an ice dragon and an ice behemoth, and it is even in the enviable form of a snow lady. Not only is it powerful, it is also pleasing to the eyes. It really makes one envious. All right, speaking up to this point, everyone should have already guessed it. The reason why I keep emphasizing on the enviable snow lady is because I don't have one. In fact, I am not even an Aurora Knight. Silver rank is the lowest starting point for this kind of arrogant, ice magical creature to acknowledge me. Back then, I was just a bronze rank rookie. By the time I reached the standard of combat strength, we were already in a long war, and it was unrealistic for me to casually change my power form. Thus, I could only look at the envious, jealous, and hateful sisters beside the knight. In my second and third life, the Aurora Knight is already extinct in the continent, and the sudden appearance of one is equivalent to exposing my identity. I am not so foolish as to seek my own death. Now, my power system has already taken shape, and I already have a mental plan for how to develop it in the future. My power system is already complicated enough. Adding another Aurora Knight to it would bring more harm than good. Thus, I can only look at the envious, jealous, and hateful Snow Lady sisters. Yes, Snow Lady sisters. In this period of time, there are only 2 people who have been acknowledged by Frigid Maw. One of them is a male knight named Elowin. His nightmare form is a snowman, or perhaps it should be called a snow gorilla. Even though it is shockingly ugly, it is agile and possesses immense strength, making it an extremely useful nightmare for chaotic battles. The reason why he was acknowledged, other than the fact that his nightmare was once the companion of my ancestor, it is also because he is one of the only 2 gold rank knight of the royal knight family. If we were to directly use the nightmare left behind by our ancestor, the advantage is that we would be able to save on the long period of nurturing it. However, the disadvantage is that there would be many problems in the coordination between the knight and the nightmare. It wouldn't be as smooth and easy as if we were to nurture them since they were young. The other newly born Aurora Knight is Renee, who was forcefully pulled up by me using my golden finger. The moment she became a silver rank, those arrogant nightmares who refused to acknowledge anyone took the initiative to contract with her. In the end, she ignored the strongly recommended heavy ice, wild boar, and snow giant, choosing a snow lady called Seva. But in reality, these heavy monsters are the fastest way to raise her weak battle prowess and worrisome survivability. They are all so ugly. Sister Seva is so beautiful and mature. I would definitely choose her. All right, should I say, as expected of a princess? The moment those words came out, the huge and burly nightmares were all heartbroken. But at this moment, I approve of this choice, because even though the Snow Lady form is weak in close combat, her power of ice and snow is one of the strongest. Creating ice armor and ice weapons is the fastest, and at this moment, what we need the most is this ability. With the help of the Siren Tracy, our group walked directly from the bottom of the river. Even if we were to bump into a fishman patrol team, as a high-tier sea folk, she could easily order those low-tier fishmen to retreat. However, if we were to wear armor and carry heavy weapons, even a mermaid would be unable to float. In order to make it easier for us to move underwater, we chose to travel light. When we reached the underwater base, the gigantic snowman could only give his knight a layer of equipment before preparing for battle. On the other hand, Seva prepared an ice weapon for everyone. Ice magic, sword attack power, 10 to 12. If the user is an Aurora Knight, the attack power will be doubled and the quality of the weapon will be raised by 1 rank. The weapon quality is currently Superior Frost Blade. The blade of the sword deals additional 5 ice damage. Inextinguishable Ice. The freezing magic of the Frigid Nightmare causes the hardness of the ice sword to far surpass that of steel. You can use it to clash with adamantine weapons without worry. Bone-piercing Chill. Those who touch the magic sword with their skin will receive 1 point of ice damage per second. If the user is wearing the Winter Wolf gloves blessed by Frigid Maw, they will be immune to this damage for half an hour. The Aurora Knight will be immune to this damage. When everyone had a suitable weapon, Shiva, who was panting heavily, began to forge the armor for me. It is the super heavy armor of the Mist Country's unique job, the Avalanche Defender. After putting on this heavy armor, I lightly knock on the huge door-sized shield attached to the armor. I have completely turned into a heavy fortress, becoming the meat shield that we are currently lacking the most. As for the ice armor's additional frost damage, my Titan body had long since ignored this pitiful 1 damage per second. The alarm reverberates throughout the base. Even the slow-witted undead notice our preparations. Looking at the approaching undead knight, zombies, and skeletons, I caress my pale justice lightly and ignite the holy flame on the tip of my sword. Undead who should have long returned to their graves, let me use the holy flame to grant you eternal rest and purification. After saying the standard Holy Night declaration to the undead, I felt inexplicably displeased and muttered to myself, "Why does it sound so awkward to say? Forget it. Let's just use that charging battle roar. Holy light, that evil is worth fighting." Chapter 105. Give me 10 seconds. With a low roar, I unsheathed both of my swords at the same time. Facing the incoming wave of undead, I unhesitatingly charged at the very front. So fast! Killing was an art, and art required the devotion of the body, mind, flesh, and even the soul. On the battlefield, there was no need to think too much. Give up everything and let the instincts of the body rule over everything. The exclamations behind me were no longer important as I fully focused on swinging my swords. As a close combat job, swordsmanship would forever be the foundation of everything, and I was without a doubt a master swordsman. In Aichi, where cold weapons were the king, swordsmanship was a skill that brought death. Thousands of years of development and inheritance had given every country and region their own swordsmanship schools. Pure warriors might not have the Holy Knight's gorgeous holy light, nor the Arcane Knight's profound magic, but they would always stand at the peak of close combat jobs. What they relied on was the sword in their hands and their well-tempered physical bodies. The sword was the king of all weapons. Among warriors, there would always be the most sword users. However, even though everyone could train in swordsmanship, those who could reach a high level were few and far between. If someone's swordsmanship reached a level that mortals couldn't reach, they would receive the title of Sword Saint. This had nothing to do with a person's identity, job, or power level. The only thing that mattered was their swordsmanship. Sword Saint, the saint of the sword, a swordsman who transcended the mortal world. I was a sword saint. Furthermore, I was a wild sword saint without any inheritance and self-taught on the battlefield. Due to my unorthodox background, my swordsmanship wasn't as mystical and varied as the mainstream swordsmanship in this world. I didn't have the noble inheritance of Casolin's soaring eagle sword, so naturally I couldn't soar and pounce like the soaring sword. I didn't have the unpredictability of Solo's illusory dragon sword, and I couldn't create phantom clones that could create 9 shadows with 1 sword. As for Allin's collapsing dragon sword's aura and the endless shockwave of the sword's aura, it really makes me envious. As a holy knight of the Holy Church, I didn't even learn the elegance and beauty of my own mist sword. Compared to the mystical swords that have been passed down in various countries for thousands of years, which only rely on swordsmanship to achieve magical effects, my sword is just a pure art of slaughter. It is the summary of my experiences on the battlefield, simple to the point of being ugly. Even though I was born unorthodox as well, even before I received the inheritance of the Phoenix, Adam's swordsmanship had the elegant and majestic aura of a grandmaster. After receiving the inheritance, his power increased tremendously. His sword was like the soaring of a phoenix, filling the sky with after-images of his sword. Every time he swung his sword, there would be the cries of a phoenix and the faint image of a phoenix. It was extravagant to the extreme. When he fought with all his might, it could be seen from several kilometers away. In fact, he even had the reputation of Red Lotus Sword. Phoenix clouds fill the sky. As half of his swordsmanship tutor, my swordsmanship was still the simplest, basic swordsmanship. What was impressive was that it was just that little bit faster, that little bit more accurate, and that little bit more vicious. Just based on appearance, I couldn't even be considered a grandmaster swordsman, much less a sword saint. If it wasn't for the fact that I had defeated a few sword saints with my swordsmanship, even I wouldn't believe that I had become a sword saint. I started off learning basic swordsmanship. After so many years, I had learned countless famous swordsmanship and grasped many profound meanings. However, the swordsmanship that I was most proficient in and most commonly used was still the ugly and simple basic swordsmanship. Basic swordsmanship, as the name suggested, was a basic battlefield swordsmanship that every swordsman, Holy Knight and Black Knight, would learn. Stabbing, hacking, pointing, and sweeping were the basics. Speed, accuracy, and viciousness were the essentials. Strength, eyesight, and agility were the basics. Everyone knew and understood it. If someone said that they could become a sword saint just by using this swordsmanship, they would probably laugh their heads off. The Red Lotus Sword Saint Adam is a world-renowned great sword saint and is even regarded as the pinnacle of human swordsmanship. However, Adam, this brat, has never been able to win against me in a contest of swordsmanship. The reason? To be honest, I didn't know either. It was probably because I really liked playing with swords. Just by relying on swordsmanship that everyone could learn, I was still the most famous sword saint of my generation. The holy sword in my left hand glowed with a dazzling rainbow light, while the ice magic sword in my right hand glowed with the brilliance of an aurora. The beautiful sword light was like a butterfly spreading its wings. The colorful wings suddenly spread out to form a 3-meter wide rainbow light. Then I swung it down, causing the entire ground to tremble. At the same time, I had already turned into a destructive hurricane. With the help of the two swords that had their own attributes and the holy light, my ordinary swordsmanship had a little more color to it. The ice magic sword in my left hand, which was intentionally thickened, was edgeless. However, the thick body of the sword made it convenient for me to play with all sorts of tricks. Zombies had boundless strength, thick skin, and didn't fear pain. I slashed off the head with a slash and sliced off the bone marrow. The fulcrum of the body was destroyed, and Sleepless Corpse was completely reduced to a pile of flesh. The general skeleton was like steel, and it didn't fear piercing or sharp weapons. With a sweep of my sword, the huge door-sized sword turned into a huge club. In an instant, the skeleton's body would fall apart, or even be beaten to the ground. Undead Knight, I heard that you are highly skilled in martial arts, and that you also know some dark and undead magic? Hey, what do you mean by falling with a single slash? Why are you so fragile? Little Lionheart was already thousands of times stronger than you when he was just revived. Banshee, I heard that you don't fear physical damage, and that you are skilled in all sorts of weakening spells and curses. You are basically a close combat killer? Curses are a big problem. Eat my profound 7 bitterness, sword. Hey, why are you running? Can't you have some dignity as a high-level undead? You are throwing the face of a banshee. Look at the Banshee Queen on your shoulder. She can't even bear to look at you. Knock, tap, smash, slash. Heavy hammer, rapier, club, two-handed blade. Even though it was a heavy and clumsy sword, I was able to use it in countless ways. My accumulated swordsmanship foundation allowed me to casually turn the huge sword into a sure-kill sword that targeted the opponent's weakness. Since the start of the battle, at least one opponent would fall with every slash, and my armor hadn't even taken a single hit. This was just the ice sword in my right hand. The sacred sword in my left hand was even simpler. After I infused sufficient holy light into the sacred sword, Judgment of Justice began to announce the end of the undead. Judgment of Justice. Activate the power of judgment bestowed by the soul gem. After the sacred sword strikes a chaos being, it will be judged. If the other party doesn't pass the judgment, they will be completely destroyed. Duration, 10 minutes. Number of uses per day, 3 as long as they were to be struck, even if it was just a slight graze from the wind of the sword. The weak undead would be reduced to dust. After realizing that this special effect was very effective against undead, and that the undead's counterattack was laughably weak, the sword in my left hand, which was originally mainly used for defense, started to be used for offense as well. The efficiency of my killing instantly doubled. My heavy ice armor was roughly the weight of a thick chain mail. My seemingly ordinary physical body actually possessed the strength of 1,000 kilograms. Even though I was wearing a thick armor, I was still able to dance around the battlefield like a paladin. But in reality, it was all for naught. Needless to say, I wasn't even able to receive a single blow from the enemy, not to mention getting injured by my defense. I finally realized that I had accidentally made a mistake. Comparing the strength of those fellows in Sulphur Mountain City to the newly born undead in front of me was like comparing a kindergarten kid to a super soldier who had been through hundreds of battles. Both of them were humans, but the difference between them was like the difference between heaven and earth. If I were to use the strength of a special forces soldier to deal with a kid, I reckon that it would be a one-sided massacre. Just as I was killing excitedly, the area in front of me suddenly cleared up. There were no longer any enemies around me. Thus, making use of this opportunity, I gripped the sword with my left hand in a reverse grip and my right hand in a straight grip. Slow, foolish. Do you think that you can compete with me like this? Dream on. After a furious roar, both of my swords burst forth at the same time. Sword light swirled around me, and my entire body started to spin, turning into a tornado of death. As the two swords spun, the whirlpool filled with sword energy started to overflow, following which the excess and rampaging sword energy started to spread, and the rapidly spinning blades drove the sword energy to spin. Finally, my entire body turned into a formless and fatal sword energy storm. Ding! Congratulations for comprehending the legend rank common swordsmanship secret. Blade Storm. Using this skill, you will turn into a high-speed spinning storm of swords. The rapidly spinning blades and sword energy will deal heavy damage to all enemy ground troops in the vicinity. Under the influence of Blade Storm, you won't feel pity, regret, or fear. Other than death, there is nothing that can stop you. Prerequisites: 20 strength, 10 agility, 15 stamina. Those who have motion sickness, boat sickness, and low agility should use it with caution. I won't tell you that the invincible Great Sword Saint Hodal was killed by a group of kobolds while vomiting because he got too dizzy from spinning. Although I said that I comprehended it, in reality, it is just a memory. Swordsmanship can be used as long as the basic stats are up to standard. I have already comprehended countless swordsmanship along the way. There is a reason why Blade Storm is the Sword Saint's favorite secret. It has a wide attack range, allowing the swordsman to kill a large number of enemies in one go. It is the best method to deal with encirclement. Of course, its weakness is that it can't be stopped after using it. Furthermore, the trajectory of the movements will become very obvious. If I meet a strong opponent, this drilling top can easily become a target. At this moment, the undead that come into contact with the blade storm are basically being attacked by two swords at the same time. It is already very strong to be able to last for 2 seconds. As I move, not a single undead can escape. The blade storm starts to devour everything. When I finally stop, the area in front of me is already wide open. There are only hundreds of undead corpses on the ground. Ha ha ha, I am already invincible. Damn, where did this thing come from? Looking at the new opponent, I, who was just getting carried away, turns around and runs without hesitation. The reason? The newly arrived undead army has dragged over high-level siege cannons. Not to mention, the floating battleships in the distance are slowly starting to move and the heavy magic cannons are already starting to aim. As long as I am hit by one of the cannons, I will definitely be smashed into smithereens. I can reincarnate once again. The rewards are really not bad. In just a short while, this great experience gift pack has allowed me to level up once again. Just now, the system seems to have notified me that I have received some spoils of war. However, now is obviously not the time to organize the rewards. Just as I return to my teammates, I realize that everyone is looking at me as if I am a monster. After all, I only said that I would charge out to attract the enemy's firepower for 10 seconds. However, in the end, not only did I go out for a few minutes, I even single-handedly cleared out the undead on the pier. I'm sorry, they are really too weak. It was too easy for me to kill them, so I didn't leave any for you. Why are you all looking at me like that? Oh, didn't I say that I am a sword saint? All right, they are shaking their heads in unison. Only Kelly, who already knew about it, smiles and nods her head slightly. On the other hand, Renee has a look of shock, regret, and happiness on her face. As expected, his usual sloppy and unreliable personality isn't the truth. The true Holy Knight Roland is still terrifyingly strong. I am still far from his level. Originally, she was delighted that she was able to become an Aurora Knight. She was even more delighted that she seems to possess the strength to suppress the current bronze rank teacher. However, from the looks of it now, even though she doesn't know why he has fallen into a state of decline, the legendary Holy Knight Roland is still a legend. Just his swordsmanship alone is enough for him to dominate the world. A bronze rank Holy Knight Sword Saint. This is too inconceivable. The other new knight retainer, Catherine, is also stunned. She was originally dissatisfied with her teacher's strength, but from the looks of it now, not only is he more than capable of teaching her, he is even capable of teaching her father. After all, swordsmanship requires a large amount of practice, basic abilities, and the accumulation of practical experience. A holy knight spends most of his time focusing on holy light and divine arts. For a sword saint to emerge from a third-rate holy knight is already inconceivable. Not to mention the fact that a low-rank holy knight has become a sword saint goes against all common sense. As long as your talent in magic is half of your talent in swordsmanship, you won't become the shame of all mages, the Mage Heavy Cannon Tower. On the other hand, the black cat on my shoulder, as usual, is unable to utter anything decent. As usual, I ignore it. However, this wasn't the time for idle chatter. The mage towers that served as the base's defense began to flash, and on the tallest mage tower, a pitch-black figure stood up. That familiar skeleton that was overflowing with death magic made me sigh in admiration. It's actually another one that's running around naked. Are liches allowed to be naked? How uncivilized, how indecent. The undead's culture is just this corrupted. If this was Sulphur Mountain City, you would have long been beaten up by the town security. What's even more dangerous is the airship that is floating in midair. The pitch-black magic-heavy cannons that are docked at the port have already begun to charge. As for me, I am completely unmoved. Asterisk pack. Asterisk with a snap of my fingers. 2 heavy cannons open fire at the same time. However, asterisk boom. Asterisk, asterisk boom. Asterisk the airship's target isn't us. Two of the mage towers in the base are shot at the same time. One of them even has a hole in the middle and starts to collapse. I've never seen such a lousy cannoneer. Stupid shorty over there. Raise the angle by 10 degrees and tilt left by 30 degrees. The loud voice of the ace hunter, Lowens, could be heard in midair. From his proud commanding, it seemed like he was the one who shot the cannon that destroyed the tower just now. Idiot, I was aiming at the Lich just now. Then you missed even more. You hit the wrong mage tower. Raise the angle by 40 degrees and tilt right by 30 degrees. At the same time, Diana and Kolos appear on two separate airships. Look, we attracted the enemy's attention and allowed the two strongest mages to sneak onto the airship with the shorties who specialize in cannons. Our plan to take over the two airships at the port and use them as our fighting force has been a great success. Ha! I told you that we're already invincible. Ugh, looks like I really can't say that. A few warehouses in the base are opened and 4 identical airships start to float up. It seems like our plan isn't complete enough. After all, airships aren't ships. Since they can fly, they can easily hide in the base. Those above focus on dealing with the airships. Leave the Lich to us. Allowing the mages to do as they please is equivalent to courting death. Looking at the Lich, who is being protected by a group of undead knights, the Yeti Knight who acts as a meat shield has already charged to the very front. The knight fearlessly starts to charge. So how could I possibly fall behind? Chapter 106. Know yourself, know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Although this isn't a new maxim, it is a principle that I have always believed in war. If you don't even know how much strength the enemy has, then you shouldn't have fought in the first place. In a temple, the one who calculates more wins, the one who calculates less wins, not to mention the one who calculates nothing. The outcome of a negotiation is usually decided by the situation of the two parties before the negotiation. I also believe that the outcome of a war will be decided before the start of the war. A war without benefits and no chance of victory is undesirable. Due to the sudden appearance of the 9-headed dragon emperor, the Ottoman Empire and the Sea Folk are in a stalemate. However, a stalemate is always short-lived. I expect that the situation will change very soon. No matter which side gains the upper hand, it won't be a good thing for me and Donglan. If the Ottoman Empire wins, Dasos's position will be stabilized. Based on his personality, he will most likely cause some trouble. If the Sea Folk Empire wins, I'm afraid that this city will no longer belong to humans. Just like the legendary underwater city of Yasuo, it is not impossible for it to completely sink into the water. Thus, I make use of this stalemate to conquer this underwater base and use it as a base to obtain the airship technology and samples. This way, I will be able to reap some benefits. If the situation turns bad, I will be able to escape. The contract can be completed at any moment. There isn't much time left. There is only one chance. If the first attack fails, then it will be troublesome the next time. With the help of the Queen of Banshees, it isn't difficult for a few low-tier undead to sneak in. I have already done enough scouting and preparations beforehand. The structure of this base isn't complicated. The dock area is where the airships are being constructed, the mage area is where the mages and craftsmen live, and the 6 mage towers are the most dangerous defensive structures here. There is a squadron of White Wolf guards stationed here. There are around 300 of them. The only ones who can fight are the mages. Based on the usual 10-1 conversion rate, there are around 30 undead who are qualified to become Undead Knight. As for the Banshees, Liches, and other high-level undead who possess silver rank and intelligence upon awakening, the conversion rate is even lower. I don't think it will exceed the number of Undead Knight. In other words, there shouldn't be more than 100 high-level undead. However, judging from the current situation, there were more than 100 Death Knight squad members, so there was only one possibility for such a high conversion rate. Should that Prince Callison have been secretly practicing necromancy since he was a human? A prince of a kingdom is actually a necromancer above the saint level. Looks like he's plotting something big. Very quickly, the scouts discovered a few hundred-man pits. It seemed that after realizing that they were isolated, they had started a massacre in order to reduce the consumption of food. Then, seeing that the situation was not right and that they would not be able to connect to the outside world in a short period of time, Callison decided to reveal his identity as a necromancer. He turned himself into a lich and his subordinates into undead. He even had the help of undead workers who did not sleep at all, allowing the construction to proceed ahead of schedule. In fact, during the scouts' investigation, they had already discovered the soul summoning tower and the undead converter that could convert the living into undead. However, they weren't sure if they were built secretly or after the isolation. This evil device that could convert the living into brainless, low-level undead amidst endless pain was definitely the most evil of all evil. The soul summoning tower was a taboo even in Shilua. After all, although this device could convert undead on a large scale, no matter what went into it, it would only turn out to be cannon fodder like skeletons and zombies. Not only that, these mass-produced undead were naturally lacking, making it difficult for them to grow and evolve, not to mention awakening into intelligent high-level undead. Shilua wasn't completely devoid of living residents, although most of them were slaves or vassals. Not to mention, there were dozens of undead masters who could satisfy all kinds of conversion requirements. This highly effective but low-quality conversion method was only suitable for massacring entire cities in times of war to convert cannon fodder. The several hundred-man pits that were equivalent to a massacre had already touched the bottom line of the divine arts. A massacre and this infamous soul-summoning tower, Prince Callison's actions could no longer be described as excessive. This also gave the law job class a reason to crusade against Callison. Otherwise, I would have to think of another way to fill in the loopholes that Kolos and the others had left behind. Right now, the enemy's main fighting force was probably the brainless skeletons and zombies that the blacksmiths and their family members had converted into. Judging from the sheer number of them, the soul-summoning tower, which was viewed as a taboo, was indeed very powerful. Callison had indeed done it without any limits to make the best use of everything. My intelligence work was already quite good, but it was impossible to take every possibility into account on the battlefield. What was unexpected was that the enemy's progress was far too fast. There were already 4 light assault airships that had entered the storage. Asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk boom. Asterisk asterisk cannons boomed in midair. Thick smoke billowed, and metal shards and wooden planks fell from the sky. The cannons between airships of the same type were even more brutal and intense. Vulture, Type 1 assault airship. Its original form was a small gunship used for surface warfare, and it was also the prototype of the floating airship fleet. It had a magically charged main cannon, 2 engineering cannons, and 2 harpoon cannons. These were all excellent weapons originally used for surface warfare. It was designed to carry 30 people, but it could even carry 5 or 6 people. The current floating airships were still at the stage of imitating surface ships. It was far from the domineering might of the Cloud Army that would soar into the sky 10 years later. In fact, in my eyes, even 2 legend-ranked mages would be able to take it down. Even though it wasn't too strong, it was still an extremely important prototype airship. The floating turbine system on it, as well as the ship's aerial control system, were the most classic initial models. At the same time, the word initial also meant that its structure was simple, making it easy to analyze and imitate. Thus, even if the Ottoman Empire started to sell some low-tier floating airships in the future, this original Vulture would never be sold. Due to the appearance of the ambush, we were now facing a bitter battle of 2 against 4. Originally, we who had lost in terms of the number of ships would definitely be at a disadvantage in terms of manpower. However, with the addition of the goblin engineers that Ingo brought, compared to the slow-witted newborn undead, our crew members are much more capable. On the other hand, the ace hunter Lamans who had been playing with guns for more than 200 years displayed astonishing skills in operating a cannon that was extremely similar to it. Not only was he able to hit the target with his main cannon, he even had the spare time to calculate the angle of the other ship's main cannon. Amidst his curses, he gave orders to the other warship. On the other hand, even though the number of warships on the other side had doubled, their crew members weren't able to bring out the full potential of the warship. The newborn undead were still very weak. Kalishin's undead army lacked a solid foundation, and the intelligent undead in his hands were extremely limited. Even if they were to be controlled by his necromancy, there would probably be quite a number of them who harbored hatred in their hearts. After all, to most of the ordinary humans who believed in the gods of order, they would rather die and enter the divine realm than become bloodthirsty undead that was viewed as an enemy by the world. There weren't many trustworthy people that he could use. Low-tier skeletons could be used as laborers, but it was too much for them to be used as crew members that required skills. On the other side's warship, there was only 1 or 2 necromancers and 2 middle-tier undead who could barely speak. Then they used a bunch of skeletons and zombies as sailors. The necromancer who was the captain was most likely a mage in the past. As he fought, he forgot to fire his cannon. Or perhaps, when he realized that he couldn't hit the target no matter how hard he tried, he jumped onto the deck and started casting his spells. However, the fact that the other party was a mage and was attacking independently reminded Kolos. Thus, the sky was filled with thunderstorms and the cannons and thunder roared at the same time. As a legendary tier, Great Druid, the interference of crows causes the balance of the aerial battle to tip over completely. Lightning strikes furiously, and the other party's airship is struck by lightning repeatedly. Even the sails of the airship are set ablaze, and smoke is rising from the deck. In the Elven Kingdom, the Storm Droll was a turret job that was comparable to a fire mage. When he went all out, it was as if he had multiple main cannons. Not only would his firepower be doubled, the accuracy of a mage's spells would be far superior to a heavy cannon, which required a large amount of calculations. In just a short period of time, Kolos and Lamanza's warship was actually suppressing the other 4 warships on the other side. Both sides continuously fired their cannons. Thunderstorms and death spells were fired back and forth. The flames and explosions of the main cannons tore through the sky, and the smoke of the heavy cannon began to fill the air. Crash. Finally, the first casualty appeared. Heavy cannons and thunderstorms simultaneously struck the Vulture warship with the number 3 on its deck. It was the first warship to break apart. Its body split open from the middle, and the rear half of the warship exploded into sparks. The front half of the warship began to fall. When the third warship exploded in midair, the situation became 2 against 3. The light of victory appeared on our side. However, it was a pity that we rejoiced too early. The other side's magic support and the Lich weren't just for show. Suddenly, the Lich Kalishin's mage tower also exploded with an intense red light. A gigantic flame blast with a crimson glow shot out. The fireball, which was filled with fire magic, was huge and fast. It was impossible to block it. Boom. Even though Kolos' thunderstorm attempted to block it, the gigantic fireball still struck the first warship that Diana was on. Fire magic was extremely powerful. Even the strategic level flame blast that Kalishin cast through the mage tower's amplification was not something that Kolos' thunderstorm could compare to. The next moment, the same misfortune as the third warship happened to its sister warship. The first warship's silence was even more direct than its sister's, and it immediately began to break apart in the explosion. Jump off the ship. The gnome engineers unhesitatingly began to jump off the ship. Their good habit of always being prepared for explosions and preparing an escape route saved them. After giving the order to abandon the ship, numerous white parachutes appeared in the air. These were the gnome parachutes that were hung on the side of the ship. But unfortunately, as a melee holy knight who had been wearing heavy armor for a long time, Diana was basically useless in aerial combat. Ever since she successfully took over the warship, she became nothing more than a decoration. However, she was overjoyed to find the Ottoman specialties, the micellar mithril alloy full-body armor, in the Vulture assault airship. This was a rare item that definitely couldn't be found on the market. Thinking about how she was currently in battle, she unhesitatingly put it on. All right, we could understand the desire of a melee knight who had been acting as a meat shield for a long time to have good armor. However, a simple and crude parachute would definitely be unable to carry a fully armored, heavily armored Holy Knight. The screaming, legend-ranked Holy Knight used her own example to explain that even a Holy Knight needed to add a point of intelligence. Even if it would be useless in battle, dying from stupidity would be far too unsightly. As previously mentioned, although the micellar mithril alloy contained elements of mithril, most of it was an alloy of rare and precious metals. Although its defense and mana capacity were excellent, it was far too heavy. Not even the Ottoman war horses that were fully equipped with heavy armor would be able to carry it. This forcefully turned the White Wolf Guards into light cavalry. The heavily armored infantry's full-body armor had even better defense, but it was also naturally ridiculously heavy. If a can of apple was thrown down from a height of more than 100 meters, regardless of whether the can would shatter into pieces or not, the apple would definitely turn into fruit jam. And if Diana really fell down, no matter if she was a legend-ranked knight or something else, she would instantly turn into elf jam amidst the shards of armor. With her legend-ranked strength, if she didn't wear this full-body armor, she could still think of a way to survive. But now, the full-body armor was just like a metal cage. No matter how regretful she was, there was nothing she could do. Moon Knight Diana died in AD 1897. Cause of death: stealing and being too stupid. Big foolish lass, why are you so stupid? She could already imagine what those fellows with bad habits would write on their goals. HHHH, save me. It's too embarrassing to die like this. I haven't completed my life's goal yet. My savings are hidden in my boots. Please help me pass them to Victoria, and Lord Patricia, please guide me on the path. I repent my sins to the holy light. Lord Womians, I haven't seen your great achievements yet. I haven't dated anyone before. I don't want to die. Lord Womians, save me. All right, I had already started to close my eyes to pray, but suddenly my body felt light and the speed of my descent slowed down. Then it seemed to have stopped. Fool, you still remember to call for me to save you. At least you aren't completely hopeless. When she opened her eyes, she saw that a familiar person was pulling her. Golden wings were spread out, and the fiery halo on his head was burning fiercely. That legendary posture made Diana think of a certain legend. Angel, am I already dead? Lord, why are you here as well? Are you dead as well? Are you actually an angel? The legend-ranked knight, who was scared to death, had a panicked expression on her face. The moment she opened her mouth, she completely exposed her adorable nature beneath her mature exterior. In the legends, angels are indeed the ones who receive the souls of the dead. But when she opened her mouth, why did I feel so awkward? I take back what I said just now. As expected, you are hopeless. What do you mean by you are here as well? I have never been able to go to heaven in my life. With a flap of my wings, I flew in an arc, dodging the storm arrows and fireballs shot at me from the mage tower in the distance. When we get back, I will have a good talk with you about that ridiculous confession before death. If the three true gods really heard it, with a believer like you, they might even be amused by you. But for now, let's work together to deal with some serious matters. While gliding, I looked down and saw that the battle below had already turned into a mess. The battle on the ground was much crueler than in the air. The other party's advantage in numbers was much more obvious, other than the boundless and brainless cannon fodder. The other party's main force was obviously the Death Knight that was transformed from the White Wolf Guard. Most of the revived White Wolf Guard were still in a state of confusion after just awakening. They had not regained enough intelligence and were unable to use dark magic and their natural talents. It would be a stretch to call them Death Knight, but they were more like slightly stronger zombie warriors. Even so, they were still difficult to deal with. There was no other reason. As the Imperial Guards of the Ottoman Empire, the equipment of the White Wolf Guard was just too good. The Missler critical sword carried a crimson brilliance. The ripple-shaped blade seemed to be howling constantly. The exquisite swords of the Donglon Royal Knight were unable to withstand a single blow from it. Furthermore, the Missler explosive javelins were weapons of mass destruction. Every time they were thrown, a huge crater would be blasted open. If one was not careful, they might die in their hands. What was fortunate was that their intelligence wasn't high at the moment. In the chaotic battle, there were many accidental injuries. When the javelins were thrown out, the ones who were blasted away were basically their own cannon fodder. This infuriated the Death Knight and the Lich. Due to Prince Kalishin's identity as a necromancer, the Death Knight was several times more than expected. When I flew into the air, there was only the Snowman Knight, a powerful meat shield on the ground. Coupled with the support of the Mage Tower's magic, the battle below fell into a stalemate. It was fortunate that Beifong and Cassio were around. Against the threatening explosive javelins, their arrows were able to easily detonate them in advance, preventing us from suffering heavy losses. Even though the battle on the ground was getting more and more difficult, I didn't have any intentions of interfering. After all, I had to take the initiative in a battle. I didn't have much time to transform, so I had to maximize my mobility. As for the battle on the ground, looking at the time, it was about time. Rumble! Rumble! As expected, very quickly, an explosion not too far away attracted the attention of everyone. The hidden chess pieces that I had arranged were indeed effective. As expected, it would be a waste to leave Grimm and Ingo on the battlefield. It would be more suitable for them to wreak havoc behind the enemy's back. Yes, since we have the other party's intelligence, it would be foolish for us to fight them head-on. We are lacking in numbers, but we have plenty of experts, making it suitable for small-scale battles. From the very start, I had split my manpower into several small teams. Kolos and Diana were the first and second team to seize the ships. The explosive Maniac Grimm and Ingo were the first team to destroy the explosions at the enemy's back. Following the explosion, the arcane radiance of several mage towers began to extinguish. Then, due to the poor connection between the two towers, they flickered in and out of existence. Finally, they completely dimmed. It was evident that Clint and the others had completed the target of my explosion. The energy pool of this base had been successfully destroyed, and the mage towers that had lost their energy supply were beginning to collapse. Before the backup energy source and the small-scale energy source within the mage towers are activated, let's complete our primary objective. The primary objective of this battle? It's to suppress Callison himself. Fighting a war of attrition against the undead army is the most foolish choice. The boundless and never-ending sea of undead has no concept of fatigue or morale. They are always able to exhaust the stamina and blood of their opponents in a war of attrition. Against such an army, decapitation is the best choice. As long as the undead lord falls, his army would become meaningless and might even disintegrate on its own. At this moment, the mage towers are temporarily deactivated and I can fly again. Furthermore, I am bringing along a silly lass as my trump card. I would be a fool if I didn't go straight to the main objective and find trouble with the undead lord. Spreading open my golden wings, I glide in the sky, leaving a trail of golden light wherever I pass by. As for the weight in my hands, my 20 points of basic strength allowed the female knight in my right hand to bear the weight. Boom! However, it is evident that my flying skills are still lacking. In a moment of carelessness, I knock into the sail of the number 6 assault airship. I am fine, but a large hole in the shape of a female elf appears on the sail. I casually cut off the mast. Looking at the chaos on the enemy's airship, I pull it up again. Lawmans didn't miss this opportunity. Taking advantage of the fact that the enemy has stopped moving, he accurately shoots a bullet at the ammunition warehouse, causing number 6 to explode into sparks. The situation in the sky has become 1 against 2. The side with fewer numbers has the legend rank droll and an ace archer, so I don't have to worry about the situation in the sky anymore. I'm sorry, I didn't see it. Looking at Diana, who was seeing stars, I whispered apologetically. You must have done it on purpose. No, I really didn't mean it before, but this time I did it on purpose. Aha! Looking at my loosened right hand and the screaming Diana below, I smiled gleefully. This time I really did loosen my grip on purpose, and it seems that my aim was quite accurate. Boom! The pitiful number 5 deck is smashed through. The Lich that I had my eyes on is smashed into minced meat by the female knight. The shockingly heavy Diana's momentum doesn't decrease at all, and she actually falls directly to the 2nd floor. Diana, I will give you 2 minutes. Clear all the high-level undead on this ship. However, what is strange is that I didn't hear the expected sounds of killing. Instead, after a series of dong-dong-dong footsteps, Diana runs up to the deck from the lower floor. Lord, hurry and bring me away. This ship is about to explode. All right, I trust her words. If you have any doubts, just say it on the way. As expected, just as I carried her and flew for a short distance, I heard the sound of an explosion behind me. Boom! This explosion is even louder than the previous one. It is obvious that the ammunition warehouse exploded together with something else. What happened? You fell on the ammunition warehouse? Why have I been so unlucky recently? Diana, who is muttering to herself, only regains her senses after hearing my question. When I was on the 2nd floor, I smashed an undead knight to death. From the captain's hat, it should be the captain. In the end, I actually fell straight to the 3rd floor, right into the engine room, and ended up landing on the main engine. The engine is spoiled. If the engine is spoiled, it would explode immediately. Looks like the stability of this airship is really bad. It's not that. Diana scowls, but there is an embarrassed red blush on her face. Just as I stood up, I touched a button with a red skull on it. When I stood up, I accidentally pressed it. All right, since we are all from Sulphur Mountain City, it is enough for me to say this much. Everyone knows about the bad habit of the goblin engineers to leave a red skull on them, and everyone knows what that skull represents. Smashing 2 high-level undead to death and just touching the self-destruct button when I stood up? This luck. Choosing you as my bodyguard is indeed the right choice. What a good lightning rod of bad luck. No wonder I felt that my luck has been good recently. Looks like, with the help of the Star of Comet, all my bad luck has been absorbed by you. I nod my head in satisfaction. On the other hand, Diana's face is filled with helplessness and confusion. However, there isn't any time for me to sigh or explain. At the top of the tallest mage tower, under the protection of a group of undead knight, Kalishin is summoning burst flames. His target is obviously us who are threatening him. Darsos, you cursed bastard. You traitors, Kalishin, should be the next Ottoman emperor. All right, this Lich still thinks that we are Dasos's men, but there is no need for me to explain. And then, Your Majesty, let me send you on your way. Suddenly, the voice of the Queen of Banshees rings in my ears. He is actually an old acquaintance. Look at the ring on his hand. Looking carefully, I notice the celestial emblem on the Lich's right hand. I immediately fly into a rage. Darned celestial tower. To think that they would have their men here as well. I am not talking about that. Look at the emblem of a cross between a magic book and a magic staff on his left pinky ring. He should be my nominal disciple, your junior. Even if he is my junior? Is there a difference? No, I am just reminding you to be careful. My nominal disciples aren't easy to deal with. Every one of them has at least a few underhanded moves and trump cards. Don't treat him as an ordinary Lich.